Can you hear me okay? Just testing the mic here while I get things rolling. I'm extremely tired. Stayed up last night trading, so let me get our screen share going. I gotta make sure I'm on the right screen. So you guys are only seeing it is non-farm, so you're gonna see less of me dragging stuff on the screen. I expect it to be a busier day. I'll try not to drag too much over. You know, if you guys want to see trades, you can. I'll show them. Let me turn off the. I know you guys are going to be busy too, so I'm going to turn off the buy sell on these charts you guys are watching because you don't need those. So right now it's getting ready to be. You know, we're coming up on 7 a.m. This is where you have to decide: do you want to try and jump in something or not? You know, before non-farm. So this is our start of day. If you do, it's riskier. So adjust your contract size accordingly. That's all you have to do. And then to riskier trade, adjust your contract size according to your risk. The better the trade setup, that 100% or A plus, it doesn't matter what you want to call it. 100% trade, A plus trade, you're going to max out your contracts, whatever you've established to be your max contract size. You trade during trade, and then of course, again, if your stop's going to be further out, what do? We adjust your contract size. If it's a riskier trade, if it's not the 100% setup, we adjust the contract size. I know I've seen a lot of people just like, oh, I place 10 contracts every single trade. Well, you're not trading properly, in my mind. Because there's going to be riskier trades. It's like, okay, so your safe trades, you're putting up 10 contracts. And your very risky trade, you're putting up 10 contracts. That to me is not safe. It's not trading properly. So across the board, platinum, we got red on it. It's the lower left screen, red on ES. And then gold and Bitcoin are mixed between the 1 hour and 4 hour. 7 on, or 7, I don't know why I said that, 7 a.m. gold. Looks like it might be switching to green. You know, you'd want to wait till 7:03. And again, it's extra risk. Look at where it's at, though. It's right above the 4 hour. So we'll see how that plays into it right now. It's coming down off a good move down, but overall, the 4 hour was green all night. 4 hour gold last night did really, really well. I zoomed the chart over real quick, but 2 great trades on gold that I was able to get in on. The first was 7 p.m. last night, and then the second one was here at 10 p.m. So great trades, everything lined up across the board both ways, and good follow through. Also, of course, I had a previous high marked. It broke the previous high, you know, came in here, broke the previous high. Not really. I mean, it didn't really pull back to it to test it, but sat sideways for a while and then broke and ran. Those are the ones where you know, if you don't take the candle break, then you're trying to get in later. So overall, it had great follow through on both those trades. So very happy with those. And then I know some of the group was in, let me scroll back. Ooh, there's a big drop. So I'm not interested in getting in that at all. I'm going to wait a little bit. And anything I get in now, I consider to be risky from what I made last night. So I made good money last night on those trades on gold. So I don't have to trade today at all. I want to, but I don't have to. So that being said, anything I take would be, I risk possibly losing some of my profit from this week. I'm going to delete the words off this 7 a.m. line. I'll delete it on all of them across the board. You guys know that vertical line is 7 a.m. I'm just taking it off because I noticed that the words were in front of a couple of the candles. Trying to clear it up so you can see. ES has had great highs and lows. I mean, look at the moves. Lower lows, lower highs. It's just printing lower lows, lower highs, lower lows, lower highs. Would love to see that play out. If I was going to short, I would consider looking for a short now. Wait on a triangle, and we might get that short. Because after all, that's what it's doing. Not quite making it to inside tops and bottoms. So if it's making lower lows and lower highs, when it swings down, it's going to break a low. When it swings up, it should turn at the inside top. And that means it's a lower low, right? If it makes a lower low, okay, that one doesn't quite get there. And then you see break the low, make a lower low, which is what we want to see, bearish market, comes up. And that one actually turned, right, if you look to the left, right to the lower low. And then we see it break to make a new low. That's perfect. That's what we want to see. Come up, make a lower high, and break the previous low. So again, this is pre-non-farm, so you got to be a little careful. There's a little caution there that, okay, it's pulled up. This just pulled up to test the low. So personally, I'm thinking it could pull up still. Okay, I would draw a trend line up there and watch it and wait for a red triangle and possibly it to get to this previous high here to test that inside top area. So I would come in and draw. It's going to be a steep little trend line that it's up right now. I'm not going to label things. If I draw trend lines on the charts today, I won't label them on your guys' chart. I'll try not to draw too many on my charts because they carry over to these. So that's what I'd be waiting on ES. It's short overall, 1 hour, 4 hour. Give it a few candles because it's, like I said, it's more likely pulling back. I still have not had any coffee, so I will have to go up and get some. It's up there brewing. Did the stream shut off for you guys after I left? Somebody let me know that was in here because I left and went and had lunch and checked in on the YouTube live to see if it was still streaming, and I think it shut off. I haven't logged into YouTube to check this morning. But it was shut off when I checked later at like 4 o'clock because it was supposed to still run. I left it running. So I was like, well, I hope Tyler didn't. Yeah, I don't know why it shut off. Hopefully it won't do that to us. We've been okay. We've been going up to noon. I think the day before I just shut it down at 1 or something. I don't know. But thanks for letting me know. So non-farm. We have non-farm payroll coming up. Again, adjust your contract size accordingly. We've got an hour, a little less than an hour and a half here before it comes out. We know it will move the market. We want it to move the market. This non-farm payroll creates some of the best trading opportunities. That being said, does it trend always? No. Sometimes we'll get, especially in Forex, I remember years and years of trading Forex where it'll go one way for like the first 15 minutes, half an hour, and then it just completely turns around and goes back. It's not always easy to figure out when it is finally gave up going long, say, and then turning and going short. So sometimes you get caught up in that and you'll take a loss, because sometimes it'll move up in one, like this over here on gold. Sometimes non-farm, if this is non-farm, will go up for, like I said, 15, 20 minutes, kind of aggressively steep. And then it'll settle like this, even push and make a lower low, and then continue to go up. That's just the way it does. And the other times it'll turn and go all the way back down to where it started. So within that 1 hour period, so by 8:30 it'll go up, and then 9:30 it ends up back to where it was. 9:30 or 10. So 9:30 it might end up back where it was, half hour up, half hour down, and then it pushes down. It passes this low. So that's, sometimes it does that. Sometimes it breaks, or it goes, and then it settles for a while, kind of consolidates, catches its breath, whatever you want to say, and then keeps going long. So you've got to be ready for either or on this. So hopefully you've looked back at some of the previous non-farm payrolls. I went over that a couple times this week. We know what news is coming out today. We knew last week, last month, we knew 3 months ago that there was going to be non-farm today. It's not a mystery. Those calendars, you can prep and plan your whole entire trading month based off the news calendars. Guys, that's how, I'm in here every day trading. But if you don't want to sit here every day and trade, you don't have to. I went over that yesterday. Look at the calendar, see what releases are coming out next week, and then you be ready and say, okay. And I did that. I think I did that. Didn't I do that for next week? I think I did. Monday, Tuesday. Yeah, next Monday. Next Monday, there is no new U.S. news, no red folder news. There is at 10:30 at night. There's red folder news for the Aussie, the Australian dollar. So guess who's going to be trading the Aussie next Monday at 10:30? It'll be me. I'll be in there trading it. Tuesday, no news for us. No red folder news. So again, if you don't want to trade next Monday and Tuesday, you can. Or if you're a trader that says, I really don't like the news because it tends to stop you out, it's a little rougher to trade at times, well, then you might trade Monday and Tuesday. Those might be your primary trade days next week. And that's okay. You're adjusting to what the market is giving you. Next Monday and Tuesday, the market is giving me no red folder news. So I don't expect it to go far. That being said, sometimes they'll still kick in and go. I'll still trade it, but I just trade according to that, what I know and what I expect. So I didn't take anything at the 7 a.m. start. Like I said, Bitcoin, it's pulling up. I didn't get in. The 1 hour and 15 was green. I don't know what I'll be in before non-farm, if anything. We'll see. We're still short on short just flip, or the 1 hour just flipped on gold. And of course, everything was still red on platinum. Platinum did well too. I might figure out what account you're trading in. If you have multiple accounts, hopefully you're logged into the one you want to trade in. I gotta make sure I'm logged into all my accounts here, because I'll be trading in multiple accounts. So I have a lot going on I have a lot going on every day, but non-farm especially, I'll do a few special things. Guys, I don't know. Someone mentioned, was my B adjust off on one of these? It might have been on my other, my other system. Normally I have it on. So I don't know what happened there. I noticed someone mentioned that. I don't always check it. Something must have happened. And I don't know when that happened. So remember, gold's at 4 hour. Hopefully you guys have glanced at, has everybody glanced at your 4 hour charts this morning? Hopefully you guys have all looked out the 4 hour charts and look to see, sorry, I'm trying to do something here. So again, look to the 4 hour charts and seeing what things are going on the 4 hour. So we know that on the 4 hour time frame, gold is really consolidated and sideways. We're fine with that. We love that. It's been in a range. So last week, November 28th, Thursday, 10 p.m. created a high, and that price point is at 2690.5. I marked the low the other day, which was Wednesday, the day before, 27th. That particular low is 2644.2. We have stayed between those two levels. It kind of, let me delete stuff off the chart. Yeah, so we've stayed between those levels, and it was it wicked below on Thursday. So last night at 6 p.m. it actually wicked below that 2644.2, but the 4 hour candle closed up above, and then we've just been going. It's just been going up from there. So looking for gold to break this high right there and close above it. See, and this is why it said not to short ES. If you look at the right chart on the bottom, that's exactly why. So we're not just taking signals to take signals. I mean, we're using the signals to help with the confirmations of what we're visually seeing. It has broken I would have had a kind of a downtrend line here across these tops, and it's broke that. So I expect that with this big move up, steep move, and that being broke, it should pull down and test it. We'll see. I think I'm going to move this over here so I can read you guys' comments easier instead of trying to look clear across the screen. So the 4 hour are more let me just show it real quick. So here's gold. We've got, what do we got? Minute 44 seconds before the next candle prints. So there's gold. So my zones are clear on this one. I've got other zones. So we have a huge zone back here at gold's all-time high. Or one of the all-time highs. We've got a huge zone underneath, big swings, big major swing down. So we marked the high and low. So I've got inner zones. Those are the yellow because, and I want them yellow. So as I'm day trading, I want to see that if gold breaks one of those yellow levels, I know that if it breaks through the bottom of this one and goes up, I know that there's a level above it that should be red, and it might turn there. So that's my target. If it breaks through this bottom zone, I know that below it, there should be a level of green or another yellow. Could be another yellow. So, but I have a target. That's my zones. So the inner zone or the support and resistance levels are either, so I've got one marked here instead of a zone. I don't want too many zones on here, right? So I just drew, and I don't have a big wick here. Over here, I've got a huge wick on that 4-hour candle. I'm going to draw a zone because I don't know if it's going to turn at the candle body, right here, or if it's going to go clear to the wick. I don't know. So I have to, there's extra caution there when I see it turning. Is it actually turning at the bottom, or is it going to go test the top or go through? So you'll draw trend lines, wait for those to break. And same with the bottom, big wick. Up here, we didn't have a huge wick. So what I try and do is between zones, I've already got 4 zones. I don't want a ton. So that's where I'll draw the support and resistance levels. I'm looking for that low. Okay, if it breaks the low, we'll go back to this zone. If it breaks this high, we'll go back to this zone above it. So we also know that the week before non-farm, it's going to go sideways. It's going to consolidate. Okay. So it's not uncommon for it to go sideways and consolidate pretty much everything before non-farm. So that being said, I trade accordingly. So you'll see here, this support and resistance level here, this 4-hour, basically I marked the candle bodies here, and you see how it kind of just sat there under it right in here. 4-hour candle closes below it. And then I went ahead, and the only reason I drug it back here isn't because I said, oh, look, I'm going to draw it from that point. It's because I was looking at these wicks right here. So where it came down and wicked right here and here on these bodies, I just drug the line back. So visually I had it back, and I saw that it turned here as well. So that's why I have the, that's the difference in like a zone and a line on there. Did anybody take gold long? I did not. So my bad. No, I mean, I'm just not in it. And I'm okay missing out. And that's one thing you got to get used to. You can't catch them all. So, and that's all right. We don't have to catch them all. Turn back on arrow over on this chart for you guys. So it broke that high. So if I was looking to get in, or I don't like chasing a moving train or jumping on a moving train. Never jumped out of a moving plane. So, but that's kind of what it'd be like right now. If you wanted to take that break and close above that previous high, for me, if I was going to take that, I would go in lighter and be happy. And I'm in it if it breaks and runs, and all the while waiting for it to pull back and test this resistance level just broke. So test that as support. Then I would add in contracts. You can only do that once in most of your funded accounts. The brokers don't like to see you stack in, as it just keeps going against you. So what they consider that to be doing is stacking in as it's pulling back against you. You can do that once on funded accounts. Eval accounts, I think you can do as much as you want. But when it gets to your PA accounts, it's a big fat no-no. So, but you can do it once, because they realize, especially if you have to show your trading plan. And my trading plan is that if it breaks that's all you got to show them. If it breaks a high, I don't want to miss the move. I'll get in lightly with 5 contracts. But I'm waiting for it to pull back. And my trade plan is when it breaks a high, it pulls back, gives me a green candle, I'm in with 10 contracts. But if it breaks the high, I want a backup plan. My backup plan is my safety plan. I call it a safety trade, is I'll put on, say, 2 contracts in case it just keeps tears through the roof, just keeps going. That's what I call a safety trade. I'm in. And then if it pulls back, gives me that what I was originally looking for my full trade, that's when I stack on the extra contracts. So you can do that once. If your personal account, you can do as much as you want, but I don't recommend it. We're trading our plan. If it keeps, if it falls back through that high, your plans fell apart. It's not hitting the marks for what you're looking to trade and do. There's ES is still screaming. It's still moving up. Remember I said it was down here, and it was right where it was at 7 a.m. It was here testing this low. And I said, more than likely, it's going to go up and test, previous high. And that's what we're getting. So it's moving without me. I'm not in it. I wasn't going to get in long because I had a down trend line here. It kept me out. It broke the down trend line, tested the back, went up. So 15-minute trade, good. And the 1 hour actually flipped, but not in it. So I'm not in anything right now. I'm actually still setting up my charts. I got stuff on 4 hour over here. There's your test on gold where it's pulling back. I am going to, let me check real quick, make sure nothing's, let me wait a few candles here. And then I got to go up and get coffee. No music playing. I'm still checking in that. I have to play some music that's it's not licensed, non-copyright. And all I found is a bunch of junk so far. It would be like MC grabbing a guitar. Is MC in here? Yeah. It'd be like MC grabbing a guitar and playing a real popular tune, and I could stream it. It's free to stream because YouTube actually YouTube listens. Their software listens, and if it's like a copyright song, it'll actually just shut down your. It's not like people are sitting over there at YouTube listening to people's lives and YouTube videos. They're not watching thousands of videos a day to check and make sure nobody's streaming that licensed music. It's their software. So all it's got to do is think that it's listening to licensed music, and it'll shut it down. Is anybody in anything yet? So again, we know non-farm's coming out 8:30. We've got over an hour. So we can get into a few things. And if you do get into something before non-farm, at that point, you have to decide, are you going to hold through non-farm or not? I don't like yeah, we've got some stuff in here that I don't know, the streaming software God has, and it's one little thing. And I can adjust it, so I don't know if it's too loud right there, or I can go back. So they have like, what, about 6 or 8 things in here. Looking for gold to bounce. So anyways, if you do get in before non-farm or any news release, you have to trade it accordingly. It's risky to hold your trades. It's riskier to hold your trades through a trade release than if there's no trade release, right? So that being said, I always like to close partials before the news release comes out. I don't mind getting in trades before news release comes out. I don't, right? So I don't mind getting in trades before news release. However, I love it if I can close partial and adjust my stop to break even before the news release. Why? Because then I won't take a loss against my gains. That's why we moved to break even. So we've got an hour, basically an hour, not an hour and a half. We got an hour. So we had an hour and a half when we got in here to look for entries, get in some trades, move stops to break even, capture some profits before the news release even. And then because we know it's not going to sit still for an hour. Like right now, I know everything's not going to sit still for an hour. Now, they might go sideways. So you might not get to that profit point. And then you might just want to close out your whole trade before non-farm. If you don't like trading news right when it comes out, then don't trade news right when it comes out. If you want to try it, like I said, if you get in early, close and can close partial, move your stop, break even, try it if you want to hold. A lot of times it goes right against you, and then you're just going to get stopped out. So that's why if you're getting into a trade now, let's say you put on 10 contracts and it goes, whatever you trade goes nowhere, absolutely nowhere but sideways before news, then you have to decide you just want to close it off. And you might be in the negative a little bit, but a lot of times it will go against you. You don't know. Is it going with you, against you? That's extra risk that you would have open. If you haven't had a chance to pull partial, if you can pull partial, great. You've lowered your risk before news. If you've moved your stop to break even or halfway, even better, you've lowered your risk before news. If it hasn't given you that opportunity because it hasn't moved, you may actually just want to close out, before news to lower your risk of losing on that full trade. It's all trade management. ES is kind of slowing down, but the 1 hour flipped green, so it really didn't like that it flipped green. And again, I didn't take that or the 1 hour flip green as well because it was right at that trend line. For me, it was just no. I would have waited for that break and test, and I just didn't want to get in it. But it did what we look for in charting, our charting analysis, right? Technical analysis. It broke the trend line, downtrend line, tested the backside of the trend line, gave a green candle. That's your entry. That's off the checklist. Same up here with gold. Remember I said it did break the previous high, upper left chart. Gold broke the previous high. That's why I said if you get in there, you need to go in lightly. Wait for it to come down and test that high. So, over here, this price point is resistance for gold. So when it breaks through, we want it to come back and test it. Typically, they'll come back and test it, and it will hold up as support. Now, it may not be exactly that price. It may pull through a little bit. We may get a green candle close above because sometimes they just go a little bit deeper. Sometimes they'll take people out right before it goes. So still waiting on that. I'm not going to get in long on red candles. Waiting on gold. And then I might pull the trigger on that one. I got to make sure I'm logged into the account I want to log into. And that it's not the one. I'm going to log into one of these here. Oh, fuck. Because I trade on different accounts based on what some of them are based on certain news releases. I only have 2 accounts I trade non-farm in. It's part of my business strategy for my trades. If I click on any of that, here we go. So we got 2 minutes before this closes. I think I'm gonna run up and get my coffee real quick because I think I can do that in 2 minutes. I don't think you guys can hear me if I don't turn this on real quick. Yeah, I normally have it on. This is the screen you guys are watching. You got to remember it's not logged in. I'm not actively trading on this one. So that's probably why it was shut off. I just turned it on them. Because this is the one that you guys are watching. I adjusted my coffee plan. How's that? You know, we make adjustments and everything. Well, I adjusted my coffee plan. Normally, I have a cup of coffee. And then when I go up to get another cup, my wife has taken the rest of the coffee. She uses a bigger cup than mine. And she'll take the rest for the pot of coffee. So, I just adjusted my coffee plan. And I just went up and made 2 cups of coffee. Because you guys know the last couple of days we've been streaming this. I haven't gone up and got my extra second cup of coffee. So today we're changing that. So from here on out, I'll be getting 2 cups. Making my coffee, get my 2 cups and getting out of there. If I want to be nice to her, I'll start another pot, which I did. I could have left it where she had just a little bit in there. But there might be repercussions, right? If I do that. Platinum's still green across the board except for the 15. So, and the 15 will keep going back and forth. As things go sideways, we're going to see that 15-minute switch back and forth, which is fine because we're getting ready for non-farm. I know a couple of people took gold as it's lingering around that previous high. I went ahead and got in as well. I only got in with 5 contracts. And I did the stop below the current low. I did not go way down here. I don't want to take a bigger loss this morning. So I kind of took it before the green candle started. It may only get to that high. It has to break this high right here. So, you know, again, I'm looking for that to break. That's the high to break that I want to see broke. Normally, I'd mark my chart, but come down here, I've got a low to break. There's supposed to be a high to break right here. And I would click on that to label the high to break. You don't have to. I'm not going to do that because it puts too much junk in the way. As you guys are watching charts. We're getting on ES down at the bottom right. It's breaking that up trend line finally. So again, even though we're watching these signals, we have not abandoned our traditional trading techniques. We're technical traders. So the signals are to help you either decide to hold, you know, for short term, hold for long term. See, this is why we didn't short platinum. I for one, just didn't feel comfortable shorting it right at 7. I'm glad I didn't. Now it's testing the 4-hour high, but it broke through it earlier. So it was good all night. Good on a short. You're gonna get bigger pullbacks. So right here's back here at what was it? Wasn't it 2? Yeah, 2 o'clock. The 2 o'clock candle, the 4-hour switch to red off this downward move, right? So the 1 hour switch to red earlier, and you're getting a short move. You're getting a move down. Then the 4-hour switch to red, and you figure when the 4-hour switches to red as well, you figure more of a move down. Okay, everything's syncing up. Well, it did. Did it not move short from where the 4-hour finally came in line with the 15-minute and the 1 hour? Yes, it went short. If you look from this price point where I'm pointers at all the way down here, yeah, it moved short quite a bit. Just had a big pullback. So you have to that was probably a loss for a bunch of people. And then you just have to re-enter. You cannot let that loss, if that was a loss, deter you from taking another trade. You just can't. Because they're not all going to work out. Sometimes you're going to get that huge pullback that's going to take you out. We can't control that. We don't know that's coming. We don't. So we're going to have a loss there. That's a guaranteed loss. What if that's what you want to call it? So I'm only up 60 on the 5 I put on. Gold right now is hitting the top. I know I saw someone else said they were in gold. So you should be up. That was Max. And guys, thanks for doing those recaps. I love reading those detailed recaps. And it doesn't have to be long and detailed. I mean, you could just leave a short little recap. You can post a picture with a markup. You know, I like doing that, marking my charts up, but you don't have to. That's all you want to do. You could just mark it up with some text on there, got in here, got in there, or you can show your trade executions, you know, if you want to do that, and have your trade executions on. And that says it all, you know, where you got in, where you got out, where you closed partial. You can do that. Or you don't have to do anything at all. But I think people really like reading your guys's. I think MC is kind of modeling recaps kind of after Max's. Max, love the recaps. Because you can see the thought process behind every one of your trades. You know what you're, and I think for you guys that helps. Is it not journaling? You know, when Max puts a recap out, or MC puts a recap, or whoever puts a recap out there, you're basically journaling your trade for the day. It's out there. It's out on Discord. It's not getting deleted. It's not going anywhere. You can go back and read those. So platinum has hit the 4-hour support resistance level. But like I said, it broke down through here, back here, and then kind of held under it, tested it, and then went down and went back up for a retest. Leaving that wick went up above. So a retest, and then pushed for a further low. So overall, it's pulled back to test that. So I don't, you know, who knows if that's going to break it. But it wicked above right here, just a little bit back to the left. Just a little bit. So we're seeing a bigger wick through. The 1 hour is turning green. Again, on ES, I'm going to wait, and I don't know if I even want to get in on a retest. Or we're getting 15 minutes printing red, but the 1 hour is still green. So if you're trading with just the 15-minute 1 hour, you're actually looking for it to come back here and bounce and go long. It did make a higher high. This high is higher than this one. Gold's really not going anywhere. We were up a little bit on gold for those that are in it. Yeah, I had to make sure I was in the right account. I wanted to be trading in this morning. And you guys can have a risky account and a not so risky account. That could be part of your trading plan. It's part of mine. I have multiple accounts, multiple personal accounts, multiple funded account or PA accounts. So if I'm going to take super risky trades, if you're going to take super risky trades, could you not have a funded PA account you're still getting paid on, but you're doing your extra risky trades in there only, not your personal account that you funded yourself, that you put 5 or 10 grand in? What is that? That's money management. That's what it is. It should all be part of your trade plans. I don't care what you call it, a career, job, whatever you call trading for you. Maybe it's side hustle. For a lot of people, it's a side hustle since they work. Then then it takes over because you can quit where you work if you want. Some people don't want to. I know we got people in our Discord that have great jobs. Who's the chemist? I want to say Mark, but don't quote me. I want to say it's Mark. That's the chemist. That's what I thought. It is. It is Mark. Sometimes I might get somebody mixed up on that, especially we got a lot going on your what you actually do other than trading. So, and I believe you said you love what you do, correct? If I'm just kind of trying to remember what I've read, but I want to say that you commented in there that you actually love what you do. And you may now and not later. Who knows? It's part of life. Shoot. I don't know why. Does anybody else get logged out of Trade of 8? Like once a day or every once in a while? I don't know if you guys do, but I do. I'll set my calendar back on today. All right, let me go back. All right, so let's make sure we're adjusted and ready. So gold's nothing but sideways right now. Remember I said not to expect great moves. It just went back and tested that high. I was only up, remember I only put on like 5, so I was only up like 60. That was nothing really depends on what you went in on. If I would have went in with 10, I'd have been up 120. If I'd have went in with 20, I would have been up 240. The thing is, it's a riskier trade. It's pre-non-farm, and that high was right there. So I got in at a good price, and right now it's about $10. So nothing to close on. Bitcoin's all going back to red here. It actually went the last candle. So it's at a previous low. If you were going, I'd expect a pullback since it tested this low. So be careful. Last night when I traded gold, I actually waited for two 15-minute candles. And not 15-minute candles, sorry, two 15-minute arrows. So when the top flipped back and I saw a red arrow on that 3-minute candle, I did not take the entry. I waited on the second one. Because see how sometimes you get the one candle, one green here, And if you go long, it just goes against you. Two green arrows long, it went. And if you look at the first green arrow, it was here. And it did break a trend line if you drew one down there, retracement line. So it was still a valid entry this time, getting in on that one. I'm on Bitcoin, getting in on the one arrow. But you wait for the second arrow. And I was waiting on second arrow. So it pulled back a little bit, got in, you would get in there. And it did move. So, but the reason why is you'll see the one little arrows pop up. See the one arrow here. And again, these are both red down here. So I wouldn't take that 15-minute anyway. But you get one green arrow. If you took that, you sat in a retracement. If you wait for two green arrows, then it fell through. So that's kind of how I adapted last night when I was in there trading gold on those two trades. Just extra confirmation, because those are 3-minute candles after all. I wanted to make sure that, we were getting, and sometimes you'll get two candles and that'll be it. We had down here, there's two candles, if you look at ES. So ES is green on the 1 hour. You got two candles right there, two 3-minute candles that signal green, and it did go up afterward. The 4 hours red, though, you'd want to stay short overall, but you can trade the retracement. We have about 40 minutes before non-farm. I did. I was eating my breakfast. I didn't think anybody wanted to watch that, so didn't want to be rude and eat in front of everybody. What? So yeah, gold pulled back on us. That's okay. And you should have had a small loss. I'm out of it too. I just went with the current low from where it, broke the previous high, came back, tested the previous high. It went up, tested again. We're getting a deeper pullback. So it's retesting that 4-hour support and resistance level. And sometimes it'll break it. Sometimes it'll test it. Like here, it broke it, came back and tested it, held up, went back up. So you're kind of seeing the same pattern where it came up, created a high, went down, tested the high, went below the 4-hour. So we kind of have that same pattern. So this low right here fell below that one, right? So we had it pull up, breaking a high, came back, and then tested that high and came down and broke that low. So you kind of start seeing patterns that are similar. I just didn't want to take a bigger loss in case it does turn. I forgot to hit my button to click on my Bitcoin trade. So I was going to take Bitcoin right here when it pulled down below this level right here. It would have been a later entry than the signals. But that's, at least I think, one candle later, 2 candles later. No, it would have been right before. I was looking for it to break that low right here. So 2 lows. So it came down, wicked down here, pulled back up. And then I said, okay, I want to see it break that level it wicked to. And then when I looked at the charting, I was going to take this horizontal rate tool and draw it there. And I said, okay, I want to see it break that wick. I'll get in lightly. Okay. And the 15-minute was already red. The 1 hour wasn't still. So I just drug it over here because I saw this candle body right there. And it was about in line with the wick. So I've missed this. And I went and I set up my trade contract size. And then I'm going to blame this one on my wife, actually, because she came down and was talking to me. So that's why I wasn't on here and didn't have the mic on, but I was eating and talking to her. So I changed the contract size to what I want to put on. And then I thought I hit the sell button and I did not. So it's moving without me and it's testing this low. So I'm okay with that. We're not going to catch them all. Stuff's going to get in the way. And I'm talking about just life, phone calls. You gotta run out and get something. Got to pick up the kids. Today I got to take Tyler to pick up his car. He's got some major issues. He's the one that wanted an Audi, but he's not the one that pays for the. Sorry, I left it. He's not the one paying for the repairs. Yeah, a lot of breakouts do not hold true. So it's extra risk. And that's all you got to do is a lot of breakouts don't. A lot of them will fail. And it depends on what time frame. You're going to see more fail when you're down on a 3-minute time frame. And we know that's riskier then. If we're going to trade a breakout and we know it's riskier, that they don't always pan out, then it's extra risk. What do? We adjust our contract size. I'm gonna let Sorry, guys. Are you guys? Can you hear me now? I did have the. If you guys don't see my face up here, that's what happened. I don't know why I did that. So things are starting to. Some things are getting sideways, prepping for non-farm. Some are getting a little squirrely, antsy. So people are coming in. They're trying to trying to predict what could happen. So again, I don't know what contract size you guys are trading, what account sizes you're trading. Hopefully you know your limits. Even if you're trading like evaluation accounts on Apex or Top Step, they have max contract sizes they have set up. I know some people bought eval accounts this week. So with like a 300K account, you can do, that's 5 minutes pre-news. 300,000 account, you can do 35 standard, 350 micros. 100K static, you can only trade 2 or 20 micros. The 25K account, you can only do 4 or 40 contracts, micros. The only reason I know like that one, the 300K, 100Ks are mine. Tyler has a 25K account, so he can only trade with 40 micros. He's only trading Bitcoin and gold. So he could max at 20. I'm not letting him do that. He's only allowed putting 10 contracts on at one time, not even through both instruments. So I told him, I said, if you want to trade gold and Bitcoin, it's 5 micros. I've limited him because I know it's riskier. He hasn't traded long, right? 50K account, you can trade 10 standard or 100 micros. So just adjust your contract size accordingly to what you're allowed to trade. And get ready. We'll see some quick movement. Everything doesn't always move across the board. Some things will wait, but you'll see some quick whips back and forth. So I like to go down to a 1 minute time frame. And that's on pretty much everything to watch these play out. So I'm going to adjust down. That's just me. You don't have to do that. You can watch them. I'm going to leave these on a 3. And we're not in anything right now. Let me know if you get in something. Or let me know if you're waiting. Who's waiting? Who's going to try and trade like right when the release comes out and it starts moving in one direction or another? And if you do that, what are you going to do? Adjust your contract size. Don't go with your full contract size. You're waiting 15 minutes, an hour. Some people wait 15 minutes and then they look for an entry. Some wait a half hour. Some wait an hour. Some wait 2 hours. So some will wait until the U.S. stock market opens. See if we get some follow through in direction off non-farm. When the U.S. stock market opens, well, that don't open until 9:30. Another hour and a half. So you have an hour and a half. Go. And if you're not going to trade, if you say, well, I'm not going to take a trade till the U.S. stock market opens, you have an hour and a half. You can sit here and watch the screens. You can go get some breakfast. Whatever. I mean, that's an hour and a half. I could run up to Bob Evans and get something to eat and come back. So I wouldn't have to sit here and watch. So if you're waiting a half hour. So we're getting squirrely. I need to jump on these screens, especially NASDAQ. The problem child. That's what I'm calling NASDAQ now. I used to call it the Widowmaker. I think it's more like the problem child. especially if you go to a 1 minute. If you go to 1 minute, you'll start seeing things get a little squirrelier. What you're watching on 3 is you're going to see stuff move up and down more. You know, because we're watching 3 minute candle here. On the 1 minute, you're actually watching things print. There's Bitcoin starting to, it's getting antsy. Everything is. Bitcoin, NASDAQ. Those two right now, and gold's starting to. I don't like using pending orders for news, but you could go in and, you know, put like I don't straddle news. I used to when I started. Where you'd come in and it gets tight. You know it's going to break out, especially like a news release. And you would put, you know, one short, one long. I don't recommend that. There we go. There's your non-farm. So gold shot up. The 4 hour was green. And that's what I want you to pay attention to. We're looking, I'm looking specifically going, if I would have got in with the 4 hour, how is that looking? Okay. Overall. So gold went up. The 4 hour was green already. So if you were in something along with the 4 hour, you'd be up. Bitcoin went totally against the 1 hour, 4 hour red. We know it's news, so we know that's going to happen. So is it going to realign? You know, Bitcoin basically has come up to test the inside top of that. Now it might blow through and keep going. You know, I'm not saying it's going to turn there, but that's what we're looking for. ES, NASDAQ, everything's climbing. And gold pulled completely back. So we're getting that reverse direction. So just keep in mind that this is typical. We're going to get some back and forth. Oh, 50 there. Bitcoin's going through the roof, guys. Back up to 99,260. So far, and these are the things I look for. So far, Bitcoin has had good follow through. NASDAQ has climbed to a 4 hour support resistance level. There's NASDAQ on the lower right. It was green across the board pre-non-farm, but you would have probably been wicked out. So as you're looking at this, could you have been in NASDAQ early with the 1 hour, 4 hour? Yes, you could have been in long. You would have been in right here long. Where should your stop been? Now watch this. Your stop should have been below the previous low. Well, look what it wicked to. It wicked down. It would have stopped you out if you would have been in here. And when it moved up, you more than likely would have moved your stop up to like a break even. So it would have stopped out only to go in your favor, which we hate to see. Take that off. This isn't valid anymore. Looking to see if I got a high on Bitcoin. We do. So Bitcoin hit a few highs and then pulled back. I'm going to pop Bitcoin on there's the 15-minute on Bitcoin. It is at that previous high, which is right under that yellow zone or mid zone. Okay, that's what it's climbed to right now. Basically at previous high to the left is what it's testing. So the things we typically expect to happen may not actually happen the way we typically see them in typical trades because we're trading news. So this is part of why you wait. You don't know what's going to happen. Bitcoin shot up and has stayed up there. NASDAQ, yes, has shot up, stayed up there. Gold, platinum, and oil have been just back and forth after the release. This is where a lot of traders will lose money. This is why we sit out. We're sitting out waiting on a decent entry. Yeah, and I've had plenty of trades. I've had a ton of trades where I've gotten in pre-news, like gotten in the hour before news, or 7:30, 7, 8, and it's moved a little bit, and I've moved my stops. Some of them I've been able to adjust my stop, close partial. Some of them I have not. Some of them I've closed off before news because I didn't feel comfortable, and I'm not willing to take that big loss. So I've closed out a smaller loss because if I would have left them on, it would have stopped me out. So that's part of news trading. It's extra risky. So most of them, I will tell you, where I've gotten in trades, it's moved to where I could close partial, where I've gotten in like at 7 or 7:30, and that's plenty of time. It's moved some. I've been able to close partial, and a lot of times I can't. It just doesn't move enough. Close partial and leave the stop where it is. Well, they get stopped out. So I lose back almost the whole entire amount I locked in sometimes. Sometimes it's because a lot of times they'll just whip back and forth like that. And you're just caught in the middle. So trading news is extra risky. Trading non-farm is what? Extra risky still. It's even riskier, and so that's what we do. You can tighten your stops, be willing to keep it on, but not willing to take the full stop loss, like that was mentioned here. Okay, so you put on a trade with our full stop loss way before news, hour before news, hour and a half, thinking, well, if it goes, I'll take where I can close partial. My rules, I'll close partial, move my stop halfway, half the risk on the runners. Or move your stop to break even better, or leave your stop where it is. You're willing to take that risk. So you might tighten your stop before news. It's okay. You're going to get popped out though. I will tell you, a lot of times I will ignore the non-farm wicks specifically when drawing trend lines. I don't adjust them out to the non-farm wicks. And I'm talking like when I'm out looking at chart, like next week, Sunday, well, basically tomorrow night, I'll be looking at the charts, the 4 hour, the 1 hour, 15, setting up for next week. And I will ignore typically if we get huge moves on non-farm and they pull back and settle back in. Okay. So I don't always include the non-farm wicks. What is going on here? ES is at its 4-hour zone as well. So NASDAQ and ES are right at their 4-hour zones. That's the red zone right up above it, above ES. So it's right there. And if we peek at the 4-hour, that's what it is. So there's the 4-hour on ES, lower right chart. So it is right at that zone. That zone is drawn from the wick, this big wick here. So it could go higher, right? Could go the top of that. We don't know. So just trade accordingly. Bitcoin's at a 4-hour zone. ES, NASDAQ at 4-hour zones. Platinum here is trying to break this 4-hour support resistance line. What do you want to see 15-minute on? Across the board on ES, we have, yeah, well, oil's settled in and it's moving sideways. It's created a channel for itself right now. The top right where Bitcoin is, I'll pull it to oil. So there's oil. So it's created that little channel right now, where it's sideways. It got, tight. This is kind of what traders will call, and I don't know if this is going to hold up or not because of non-farm, but it's more of like they call it like a megaphone pattern, where something like that, where it's getting wider. We're getting higher highs and lower lows. So it's kind of what it's doing right now. So I'm looking, I'm starting to look for entries. And we had our initial knee-jerk reaction. I really have no idea what Bitcoin's going to do. Right now, oil's trying to break through that bottom of that. So see, oil it got tight there. It's breaking out of that area. It's trying to break that previous low from way back here. So I'm not in oil right now. I am in Bitcoin. I went in really light, like super light. It's green across the board. That's because of the move. So you can't, when we've got these, again, with the signal, with the indicator, huge move in non-farm like this, huge move up is going to drag the 1-hour and 4-hour green. So I just have extra caution because it's non-farm. It's a release. We can trade it, but there's this extra risk there. I'm not messing with gold yet. I'm not really sure on gold. If it's going to go clear back to where it started before non-farm, which is down here, here's where this candle closed before non-farm. That 3-minute red candle on gold closed there. And look at the gap. So this 3-minute candle closed down here around 2655.9, somewhere around there. Yeah, 2655.5. So that's where that red candle closed. I might have said green. Sorry. Told you I'm tired. The red candle closed there. Well, the next candle should have started there at that 2655.8 is right where it is. This candle should have started there. It didn't. It gapped up. It started up here. That's a gap. Okay. That's because of the news. So it did just what I said. Some instruments will pop up one way or another and then pull back to exactly where they were pre-news. I don't know if gold's going to make it all the way down here or not, but the odds are that happens. You get that knee-jerk reaction, you get a move in one direction, and then you get it to come back where it was before news. Once it's over with, once it's all said and done. So, but look at the nasty wicks. If you were short on gold, if you shorted this move down, because the 15-minute and 1 hour is red, if you happen to short that, again, extra risk because it's coming up to non-farm. Hopefully you didn't have your stop way up here, because that's where we would go for our entry. If we entered short, on the 1 hour flipping here and the 50 minutes flipping this red candle, I think, then your stop should be above the previous high. Well, again, pre-news, that's fine. You got to move down. You're in profit some. And before news, you would want to do what? Protect what you can. Grab what you can. I mean, if it's giving you something, you better grab what you can before news. This is why. Okay? Because if you didn't close partial, you still had your full. So if you had 10 on and didn't close out the 8, let's say, because before news, you want to close in partial. So if you had 10 on, you close 8. And you'd want to also do what? Move your stop down. So you would have moved your stop down. You could have moved it to break even when it was down here right before news, or this candle. So you could have closed partial. You were up, and you could have moved your stop to break even. And yes, you'd get stopped out. You have to watch your trade, because if this gap's open above your stop and you don't get filled and don't get stopped, you be ready to hit the X. Be ready to close it yourself. Okay? Because if it keeps pushing short, you're in it and you're doing great. But if it comes back and gaps over again where you have your stop, if you move to break even, so if that's your entry candle and you move your stop to break even and it gaps up above you and the broker software doesn't close, you better close it quickly manually, because that's where your stop is. You just say, okay, it didn't close, and you got to hit the button. Now it's more than likely moving too fast, so you'd take out, you might have a deeper losing trade if you don't get filled where your stop is. So it is a possibility. And if you call your broker up and say, hey, I had my stop here before news and your software didn't fill my order, didn't close it, that's too bad. That's part of news trading. Don't call your broker. They're not going to care about that. You're taking on the extra risk. I've never heard of a broker adjusting a trade. Oh yeah, okay, we'll adjust that to where you took less of a loss. They will not. At least I've never heard of one doing that. Oh yeah, I'll put my position tools on there. Let me check Bitcoin. See, I've got mine on the 1 minute Bitcoin. Or on 1 minute on all still. I'll switch back over to 3, probably here at 9. I may wait till the U.S. stock market opens to get into anything else. Yeah, the on the indicator, the bottom two lines are the 1 hour and 4 hour. And then the arrows that pop up top are 15 minute. Now, I said earlier that during riskier moves like this, I'm actually waiting on 2 arrows on the top. So, or 2 arrows to line up instead of just the one. Ooh, getting ghost orders. Okay, so gold's popping past the previous low. It's going to go down and at least test that wick from non-farm, but it might just start dropping. I am not in it. I don't know what I'll be in, if anything, today. Who knows? So NASDAQ and ES are both pulling down right now. And of course, the 1 hour and 4 hour are green on both of them. So it's not synced up right now. And this is part of non-farm. It's part of any news release, but specifically non-farm, we've had huge moves up. So ES, you see a huge move up. That huge move up actually turned the 15-minute and 4 hour. It turned them green because that was a huge move up. The 1 hour was green here and kind of went red just briefly right before non-farm. And that's why I'm waiting on 2 like 2 dots down here on the bottom. 2 arrows. I'm not just willing to take it when one turns because we have extra risk here. So I want further confirmation. So I'd like to see 2 candles turn green or red, 2 triangles pop up, same color. So overall, you're thinking, well, I want to get in long if it pulls down. You just have to keep in mind it's non-farm payroll just come out. And we only turned green on ES down there because of that huge move up. So that being said, is it a safe bet? Is it a safe trade to get in if we get a green arrow? I don't think so, because we've had a huge move up on non-farm. So again, you have to say to yourself, there's a little extra risk there. Everything Bitcoin, gold, or ES and NASDAQ, they all 3 hit 4 hour zones, and they're all 3 pulling back off of them. So as far as now is concerned, the 4 hour zones are, holding, which is good. I'm glad I had them on the chart, because again, then you look and see it turn and you're like, oh, okay. You're just turning under that zone. No surprise. It doesn't catch us off guard as to why they're turning there. Do they always stop right there and turn? No. But again, by using these tools, by drawing the zones and the trend lines, support resistance lines, that should give you extra confidence in what you're seeing, what you're thinking. And then with the signals indicator should give you further confidence. Now, that being said, again, I got to warn you because we're in non-farm. Nice. I'm actually waiting to see if Bitcoin gets below this low here. Now I'm on a 1 minute still watching, but I want to see it break that right there. That low before I'd even think short. So right now I'm thinking, longs if it breaks that short. Here's some acoustical guitar. We're very limited on the music. So there's our bounce on Bitcoin. Draw that. Sometimes I think I'm taking extra risk by trading 6 things or looking at 6 charts at once, right? Now that line right there is, I'm drawing it off a 1 minute, so I see it a little differently. That's what I'm 1 minute right there. So down on the 1 minute, it had to move down. So on that move down right there, that I would have drawn, the retracement line or pullback line on that. So it popped through and tested it. But this is on a 1 minute. So very well, this might not hold up. We'll see. It is at the 4-hour zone. So I don't expect it to break it. I'd like to see it break it if you're looking for an entry on it. But that's why I wanted to show why that line popped up there, and it like looks on the 3 minute like it's through all the candles. It's still kind of messy. Gold's really trying to test that 4-hour line again. It did make a lower low. I'd really want to see a lower high. We need to see something set up here. And it did. Again, gold did pop down to where it started, right before news. That's where it was right before news, right? So news, it shot up, it wicked down, wicked up, then popped back up to test what? The high of the news, then went down all the way back down to start of day. And then it's just kind of hanging out right now. So this is typical on a lot of stuff you'll see. They don't always go like Bitcoin, ES, NASDAQ. They all popped in one direction and then they're kind of hanging out. Now they could still fall through, their previous lows and go back to where they started before news. So kind of waiting to see we need some structure to build up. The news move is not any kind of structure that should hold up long term. So we need to see those lower lows, lower highs. So it takes some time for those to build. That's why a lot of people don't like trading it. Some people don't even trade at all during non-farm or big news days like this. Yeah, if you guys want me to shut that music off, let me know. I don't have to play it. Normally, I got like music playing on the TV over there or something on here when I'm trading alone. So normally I have some music cranked up. And if you guys want me to shut off this music so you can play your own, I don't really care. We can do some days I'll have it on, some days I won't. Okay, we're getting pops in oil. Oil's cranking. I mean, like, it just moved quite a bit. We got some orange folder news coming up at 10. We got an FOMC member speaking at 9:15. That's yellow folder. Got a few other things coming up. There's going to be FOMC members speaking all day today. Gold's still pushing. Or sorry, not gold, oil. I might have said gold. I forgot to mark these. Sorry, guys. I gotta blow my chart up first because if not, it's gonna close my order accidentally. I did enter in Bitcoin. Oh, not there. It's long. Sorry, I dropped my tool. I keep forgetting that when you use this stupid tool, it's not the regular position tool where you can just. I entered on the second time. So this is where I would have liked to have gotten in, right there. I marked the lines. So, but I am watching it on the 1 minute still. So you'll see here only one green arrow showed up on the bottom on that line. One green arrow showed up on the bottom. I got to show you because I'm still on the 1 minute. So for me, that's what I saw. Okay. So I went in very light. Because we got a 4-hour zone. And when I say very light, it's 2 contracts. I could care less. My stop actually should be down here. So my stop should be below this low. I'll probably get stopped out. Below that low. I mean, it should be down here, somewhere. Give it that extra room. I did not. So this will probably be a stop out. Because that's where my stop should actually be, about right there. Should be where my stop should be. It should not be as close as I put it. So that's why I got in. It 1 hour, 4 hour, they're green. I waited for 2. And these are 1 minute candles. So I have to know that it's riskier. So I got it. I saw the 2 there, and then I saw the 2 here. I'm waiting on it. On the 1 minute, I gotta wait. I need at least 2 or 3 before I get in. So that's where I pulled the trigger, and it just didn't go anywhere. So why did I go in so light with 2 contracts? Well, I'm getting in right at the bottom of a 4-hour zone. I need to be extra cautious. I'm getting in close to this previous high that it might not break. I even have to be even more cautious, right? That's all that is. Why'd you go in with 2 instead of 10? Why don't always put 10 on the trade? Or why'd I go with 2 instead of 20? Sometimes I'll place 20 or 30 is typically my max on micros, 20 or 30 micros. A lot of times it's 10, and then sometimes it's 5, 4, and this was 2. That's it. That's all I was willing to put up to risk. It was like a nothing trade, 2 micros. So I got in. That was my valid reasoning. 1 hour, 4 hour. I'm like, okay, they're still lined up. I know it's after non-farm. There's extra risk because it's right after non-farm. There's extra risk because I was getting in right under the bottom of the zone. There's even more extra risk because it's probably not, it might not break at high. So there is extra reasons not to take the trade, right? I had my reasons set up to take it. Why? 1 hour and 4 hour green, 15-minute green. Everything's lined up. Okay, I'm good to go. Let's go in with 20 contracts. Oh, wait, it's right under 4 hour zone. Okay, let's go in with 10. Wait, that's all that I could profit possibly if it goes there. That's not enough to close partial. So let's not go in with 10. Let's back that up even. That's how you need to think about this. Again, great signal. I mean, it's set up. Everything's lined green. I want to go long. I'm going to go long with, like I said, 20. But then you go, wait a minute, we just had non-farm. Things may not settle down. The stock market opens in 22 minutes. So it's riskier. So let's not go 20. Let's go 10. And then again, well, the high's right there. And what if it doesn't break that? What if that holds up as a resistance level and it turns? Okay, well, let's not go in with 10. Let's back that down even further to half. Let's go 5. I chose to go even less than that. It was 2. And I'm stopped out on it. I didn't put my stop where the marker to was. My stop was up under here, a little closer. And watch it go. Watch it turn and go. But anyways, that's the reasoning for the super, super small contract size. So happy with the loss. I'm happy to take the super small loss. Tried to get in on a little riskier setup. Just adjust your contract size. That's all you got to do. Always be willing to adjust your contract size. My comment the comments are not scrolling for me, guys. So oh, is that the case? I don't know. I'm checking into that on the music if we stream in the background. So that trade didn't hold. Didn't pan out. And I'm totally okay with that. Why? I had reasons for taking it that looked valid. And then I had reasons for not putting in as many contracts. And that allowed me then to take a small loss. I missed the gold entry, guys. I'm sure some of you guys are in short already. I'm not really focused today. I'm extremely tired. I traded last night. I got in some good trades last night because non-farm is kind of messy at times till things settle down. So I was like, I'll get some good trading in. Had good trades on gold last night. So didn't really need to trade today. So I'm not really looking to jump in anything. I'm not going to be quick to take something. Had a great week. Don't want to mess it up. So I'm switching to 3-minute charts across the board now. I should have left my position. Well, I know where I had the stop on Bitcoin. Bitcoin's making another run at the zone and that high. So we're getting things kind of settling in. So we should see some breakouts of where things are. And that's how I'm going to look to possibly take entries if I am going to take them, because Bitcoin, it's kind of settled in. It's got a valid high, got a valid low, kind of moving sideways. ES, NASDAQ, same thing. NASDAQ pulled a little bit lower than ES, but I'd want to come in and mark the high and low. I'm not going to draw the, the box on this, but you're looking at the high and low there. And I'm not, depending on what spread you have in here, you can take the trades within there, the bounces. Ultimately, you're waiting on it to break out from one way or another, break through the top or bottom. Now we have a 4-hour zone right above it, so and that's an upper zone. That's why it's red. So don't expect it to break through that very easily. Yeah, I drop down to 1 minute for news and then go back to 3 minute when things start to settle down on there. And here's the thing. If anytime you're trying something new, you should always paper trade or demo trade it. And then if I'd never traded non-farm in my life, and this was the first time I sat down to trade it, I would not be trading in a real, funded account or a real account, personal account. There's no way. I'm going to do it in a paper account. I never traded. When I started, I never traded news with real money. It was paper, until I got to see how things moved and decided if I even wanted to trade it. When I started, I did not trade. On Fridays when non-farm came out, I just did not even trade that day because I had to have a certain amount of money at the end of the month and I couldn't take losses. I couldn't afford to. So with it being the riskiest non-farm payroll, we get the most volatile moves, we get the most volume, we get a lot of momentum, but a lot of times that momentum is short. It might be for the first 2 minutes, 4 minutes, and I wasn't willing to get involved in that. So I think it was for the first year. Yeah, it was about the first year I didn't trade non-farm at all. When I started trading non-farm, it was not in my real money account. I totally paper traded it, demo trade. We didn't call them paper trade back then. We called it demo trading. I don't know where the paper trade term is. Same thing, but I don't know when that changed. Somehow over the last few decades, it's changed terms. Demo trading, paper trading, same thing. But after that year, I sat out. Then I felt comfortable trading, right? So I was comfortable trading in my entries, my normal, and I was like, I want to start checking it out. I watched non-farm. I didn't really watch it, but for that first year, I didn't trade it at all. Didn't even watch it. I was just gone because I didn't want to be tempted. So I didn't want to sit at the computer watching non-farm and that would tempt me to get in. And if I was in with my real money account, then I would probably blow money. So with that being said, I wasn't even home during the non-farm, the non-farm release each month. For that first year, I just made it a point to be gone. Just gone. And I had a boat in Florida, so that was then became a fishing day for me once I got the boat. That it was slipped in Naples Bay there. I just had to go down, throw my tackle gear in. The pump station was right across the bay from where I was docked, and I was slipped right on the water. All I had to do was go throw my gear in, unhook the boat, drive it over, gas it up, and go out to the reef. So that non-farm became a fishing day for me. That one gave me a day to relax. I enjoyed fishing out on the reefs. And two, kept me out of trouble, kept me out of losing money on my real account. So that was just how I handled that. I got to get out of the house because I didn't even want to watch non-farm again because I didn't want to be tempted to take trades. So that's just how I handled that situation. Then I think it was close to the year. No, that was the whole year. I sat out a year, not non-farm. Then I started watching non-farm. Didn't want to trade it still, but I wanted to watch it because I looked at it. So those Fridays where I didn't even sit and watch non-farm, you better believe when I got done fishing, came home, I would check the chart Friday night. I just wanted to see what it did. I'd open it up to 1 minute. I'd see what, back then I was trading the euro and the pound and the Canadian dollar. Those were the three I was trading during the U.S. session: euro, pound, Canadian dollar. I would see what they did during non-farm because it's also the Canadian dollar. They also have non-farm. They also have their unemployment. It was today. So it's with ours. So those were the three things I traded. So I would come home, look at the 1 minute, look and see what they did. I started to analyze that, and look at it. That's what I did for that year. And then I started watching it live. Then it was like, okay, I want to watch it live. We'll see what it does. So that's what I started doing about a year in, was watching it live. And then I think it was the fourth or fifth month, that I decided I'm going to trade it. I did not trade it in my personal account. It was in a demo account. And I traded it for about 6 months, I believe. So it was almost 2 years in before I even touched non-farm. There's my Bitcoin trade that I'm not in. It's popped back to that previous high. So I had a good reason for entering. I entered on that second. I just had my stop too close. And again, I was down on 1 minute. So I saw two arrows. Those both were 2 arrows each. So I am not in it. and it's going up. It's going up without me, or gone up so far. Just touch that previous high. That is not the right spot. The stop is there. Why won't that attach to that? Sorry guys, I'm trying to... It's moving the whole tool. I forgot to mark that where I got in. Come on, let me get this attached. Sorry guys, what do we got on candle time? We got 1:27, so I did short this to the bottom of that. There's ES. So I did short it over here, and while I'm talking, it's going to pull back on me. So I was looking for it to hit the bottom to take profit. Right now it's turning. I mean, where's it turning? It's turning on the inside bottom. So I should have had a limit order down here, and it would have closed me out some, but it's a super small even trade on there. So I wanted to show you why I was putting the position tool there. I'm seeing red on the 15. However, the 1 hour and 4 hour is still green. So I'm basically trading against the 1 hour and 4 hour. So more risk. So yeah, the other two, the Dow and the Russell, I have traded them before. I basically am only trading ES and NASDAQ now, but they are on the chart. So there's Dow. It's all green across the board. It has been ever since non-farm. So that, but again, we wouldn't have placed a trade in here, or you might have before market, before non-farm. It's still wicked down. Everything wicked across the board. I mean, it whips non-farm. So if you got in on this, depending on where you put your stop, if you go over, there's really not a lower low than that wick right there. So if you would have traded long in here, you would not have used that current low for a stop. You would have had to try to find one on back to the left. So overall, it's still bullish across the board, and so is the Russell, even though we're getting a huge retracement back. It's a huge pullback right now, larger pullback. So across the board, that's how they're sitting. I don't have, I can't tell you where it's at as far as 4 hour zones. I don't have them drawn on Russell and Dow. I mean, there's a 4 hour as it sits. I did have some zones on there, some old ones. So I don't update those every night like I do the rest. The rest I update every night. The other two, but I don't update these. So yeah, Bitcoin's moving without me. Kind of bummed, but that's all right. Remember, I only put on a few anyway. I'm okay with not getting any good trades today, but that ended up being good. So I need to go back to 3 on this. Sorry. So Bitcoin overall did go in the direction that I wanted it to go in. I mean, the 1 hour and 4 hour were green. That's what I was looking at. 1 hour and 4 hour green. It settled in after the non-farm push up to the 4 hour zone. It came back, kind of settled in here, and it gave the first signal. I didn't take it on that first one. And again, I was on the 1 minute. So on the 1 minute, that's what I'm looking at right there. So again, it pulled back, gave a signal here on the 15 minute. That's the 15 minute time frame going green. And I'm waiting 2 candles because I'm on the 1. So on the 1 minute, I'm waiting. Last night, I was on the 3 minute trading, and I still waited for 2 arrows. So on the 1 minute, I'm waiting for 2. I'm not going to get in with just 1 signal. So 2 arrows. That was the first place I thought, okay, I'm thinking about, I should have got in, or I thought about getting in. Because also, remember, I had this. I had a down trend line down there. So I had a down trend line, and this is aggressive because I'm on the 1 minute. But it kind of popped through, popped down, and then that signal candle right there, second signal candle, U.S. stock market just opened. So second signal candle, and that I was like, okay, I'm like, I'm not taking it. Well, then it popped up and back, and it gave me another one. I'm like, okay, second chance for me to get in. I'm getting in. I just had my stop too close. Remember, I had it here, and then remember I said I shouldn't have it there. I should have had it back, and I just didn't. So just stopped out. So I just had my stop too tight on that, and I don't know why. And that's okay, but it did break the high, back here, and went to the top of the zone. So now it's at the 4-hour zone at the top. And I'll try and take some of this off the chart. But that was a decent follow through. So far that's had good follow through. Yeah, so U.S. stock market just opened. I always drop to 1 minute on news. And that's why, I'm tracking the trades. I'm watching the movement on the smaller time frame. I only do it during news. I won't do it any other time of day. You won't find me at 9 at 9, and you won't find me trading the Asian session on the 1 o'clock or 1 o'clock, the 1 minute candle. So far, the trade's backed up on the ES. It was kind of risky getting in pre-stock market open, but that's all right. And I know my stop's tight on that one. I didn't risk a lot on that either. Yeah, oil's gotten kind of wicked. Still holding short on the 1 hour and 4 hour on oil. But those 3 minute candles, it's really whipping back and forth. There has been. And kind of violent. Did anybody get in Bitcoin on that? It's kind of interested to see if anyone else did. Just had me stop too tight. Like I said, I decided this morning that I didn't really want to get into anything, especially nothing heavy. So I totally just switched accounts as well. Because this week I've been trading in one of my larger accounts. Well, non-farm, I'm not willing to risk what I've locked in and worked hard for the whole entire week. So like the gold trades I was in last night, it was in that other account, the larger account, because I can trade with larger contract size. And today I just was like, I'm not willing to risk it. Yes, I'm like, okay, I could trade my large account. Remember I told you earlier, I had to adjust my account, get into my other account. Well, that's what I was doing. platform was logged into my large account from yesterday's trading, last night's trading. And when I woke up this morning, I'm like, and last night I was thinking about it. I was like, I've made so much money this week in my large account, my cash account. It's like, do I want to risk what I've worked hard for this week to lock in and gain in there? Do I want to risk any of those gains? So you sit there and you make, $5,000 in a week, $10,000 a week, $2,000 a week, whatever. You work your tail off, placing some good trades, taking a few losses, but you get up to where you're up 1,000 for the week, or 2,000 a week, or 10,000, whatever it is. And you have to think about risking that back in your next day's trading. Well, I've made X amount for the week in that account. So last night I was thinking, I don't think I want to trade non-farm in this account. Yes, if I traded non-farm in that account and we saw great moves in one direction, I would make a lot of money. However, I know the reality of non-farm. It's riskier. So I'm not going to put up as many contracts. So yeah, I decided this morning, it's like, nope, I'm not going to do it. So I just logged into a different account. And it's a smaller account, smaller contract sizes. And it's like, if I trade, I trade. If I don't, I don't. But I'm not willing to risk anything in my cash account today. So that's what I did. So I just logged into a different account. That's me handling risk. Again, it's a business as a whole. So, you got different account sizes. You got a cash account. You got funded accounts through your prop firms. You got your accounts you're cashing out through them. Then you got different account sizes. Then you look for your best entry, your 100% A+ setups. Those are going to be where you're going to max out your contracts. You're going to take off contracts because it's right under 4 hours on. You're going to take off contracts because the previous high is too close, like I did. And you just minimize that risk is what you're doing. It's a business. Oh yeah, as soon as you open trade, you're risking anything. But you know what they say? My wife hates when I say that. You got to spend money to make money. She hates when I say it. Guys, I'm not going to lie. Has anybody heard of the red box? The old movie boxes. Used to be at like Walmarts and wherever. They were called red boxes. And you could go rent a movie. And it would spit out a DVD. You could pick a movie. It was like $1. Does anybody remember those? I remember them very well because we were living in Naples, came up here on vacation, and we went to Walmart. And there was a red box there on the way out. I saw it on the way in. On the way out, I'm like, I'm going to stop and check this out. So I went over. We checked it out, red box. I'm like, well, this is pretty cool. I've never seen one of these. Again, we lived in Naples. I've never seen one of these. And when we went to, normally we went to Fort Myers, like Costco up there. We'd hit Walmart up there after we'd hit the beach, whatever, before we go home. And none of our Walmarts had them, Publix, anywhere. And I'd never seen a red box. Never seen a red box. And we were up in Ohio on vacation. I see a red box. So I call my brother, younger brother. I call Mike. I say, Mike, what's going on with these red boxes? I said, he goes, what do you mean? I said, well, I saw one at Walmart. Are they at all the Walmarts? Where are they at? I've never seen them before. We don't have them in Florida. And he's like, oh yeah, they're everywhere. And I'm like, you're kidding me. He goes, yeah, the Blockbusters. Nobody wants to go to Blockbuster, and they were shutting some down, I think, at the time, or maybe all of them. And he's like, that's the alternative. And I got online and looked, and it was at a McDonald's here in Eaton, and we were staying with her mom and dad, was the next town over. But the McDonald's in town we live in now had Redbox.
outside of it. There was, or no, McDonald's in Brookville, which is next town over. They had one. There was somewhere here in Eaton that had them, but I saw these red boxes all over the place. I'm like, you got to be kidding me. So that week we rented a couple and watched them, and you could return it to any red box. So you get online, find out where the movie was you wanted to watch. Might not be at the red box close, might be next town over. You go get it, but you can always return it to anyone. I thought, dude, this is awesome. So I did my research on it when I got back to Naples, and I'm like, I'm wanting to buy these, and I had the money to buy them. This is after I've been trading for years down there, and I had money that I could buy them. And I talked to the guy trading with me. He was retired and learning to trade. He would come in the office with me. I talked to Ed, and he's just an older retired guy. I said, would you be interested in managing these for me? Whatever needs done, stocking them with movies, and they were pretty self-sufficient, because if you took a movie out of one and you put the movie, returned it to another, it logged in the system where that DVD was. You didn't have to do a thing. And people paying with credit cards, well, guess what? They were self-managing unless they broke down. Or if someone tried to play a DVD and it was like scratched up and it wouldn't play on their DVD. Well, you might have to refund some money, but that's all done. You're not physically doing the stuff. So, that's pretty interesting, actually. So anyways, I wanted to buy these. Now, here's something that I had never done. And this is, I'm telling you, to this day, it just gets me, because I never, ever had discussed any business decisions with my wife. She just trusted me to do whatever. Back when I was in construction, whatever, she just trusted me. I'm going to do this, or I'm going to buy this house, or, whatever I was doing, she trusted my decision making. Even the trading, because I only had $40,000 tucked away, and I was looking at spending $20,000 to trade with the hedge fund guys. And that took $20,000. And then again, it was $5,000 up front and then $5,000 each month. So I was getting trained as I paid. It's not like I had to put the whole 20 up front, but I was looking at spending 20 grand. And then I had another 20 left, and I was looking at putting that all in the market. And I already told you guys that with that 20 grand, I was going to open an account with a company called Refco, R-E-F-C-O. You can look it up. I was looking at opening an account with Refco. And this ties everything in my timeline, guys. If you look up Refco, when Refco closed, you'll see in the articles, whatever you look up online and find, it should say 2004. And again, that ties back to when I tell you when I started trading, it was 2004. I had the 20,000. I selected Refco, strong, reputable company. They had an office in New York and they had an office in Canada. It was a Canadian-based company, but they had an office in New York. And I checked into a bunch of brokers, and I'm like, this is the broker I'm going to use. Checked with the hedge fund guy. They had money over there as well. Not all of it. He's like, well, I have money with several different places, not tying it all up in one place. He goes, not put all your eggs in one basket. I said, I know. So that was his word of caution. I was going to open it, and I was actually thinking about putting the whole 20 in. It was Monday. I remember it well, thinking about it. I don't know, guys. You can call it whatever you want. What kept me out of trouble, I didn't open it Monday. Didn't open it Tuesday. So Tuesday, I'm thinking, okay, I'm going to open this Wednesday afternoon. I woke up Wednesday. I don't remember the particular date, but it was on a Wednesday, 2004. That broker was in the news. That broker was shut down. It was all over the news because I always, that picture of my old trading setup in my home office, that little TV on the top right, I always had the news playing. I happened to, since I always had the news playing, that's what I saw. And that, that's what I'm watching on Platinum too. It's been tapping at that bottom. Refco was shut down. And to think, yep. Did you already know about that, MC? Refco? I didn't know anyone knew about that from back then, but that was the company that I was going to put my 20 grand with. And they were closed down on Wednesday. If I would have wired that 20 grand in Monday or Tuesday, it would have been gone, guys. I would have been done before I started trading. Now I think you know why I have multiple accounts with multiple brokers. I will not trade with one. Because of that right there. I almost threw all 20 grand I had. Paid 20 grand to learn. I almost put all 20 grand with one broker. Because I was like, okay, I've been trained. I know what I'm doing. They're training me for that. I'm going to put it all in. I'm not trading it all at once. But I was getting ready to wire with that broker. And for some reason, I just did not wire Monday, did not wire Tuesday. And then Wednesday, I get up and see it in the news. Yeah, I almost got, and here's the thing, it was Canadian based. So whatever money they had left, the first clients that would be taken care of were the ones in Canada. And then if there was anything left, it'd be the ones in the US, is how it went down. So really glad I didn't do that. I would have been, because I had no money after that. Remember, I wasn't working. I was down because of my bulging disc in my back, slipped disc. So I could not physically work. I couldn't sit or stand for over 5 minutes. It was rough. It was rough when I went over and got trained because I had to sit there and my legs were numb when I was training with those guys. But I pushed through it. So what I did was I decided, well, I'm going to split my money and then hold some back. So what I did was I went in with Forex.com. I only did like 5 grand. And then I went in with another broker, another 5. I kept 10 in the bank. And I'm like, yeah, because I almost lost it all based on that. So after that, I'm like, okay, just bring me back to reality. But anyways, I don't know how she knew I was paying the guys 20 grand to learn. We had a breakout and retest on ES. I did not get it. I'm in here. I'm fine missing it, but I'm in here talking. But it did. Remember, I drew the high and low horizontal lines. It's testing the top of this 4-hour zone. Which, if you want to see the 4-hour on ES real quick, there it is. It's that all-time high, guys. So we just made an all-time high again on ES just now. So again, drew the zone. I shorted it, looking for it to pop through the bottom and continue down. Never did. Went in super, super light, and it did break out. So remember, I said we were waiting on this to break out. Now, I took a chance shorting it to the bottom. And remember, I said I could have closed, should have closed, had a pending order at the inside bottom. It didn't. And it was a super light trade because I knew the reality that it's going to break out through top or bottom. So it was very risky. And that's what it did. Broke through the top, tested the top, green candle entry. Not it. Everything else on the 15-minute, 1 hour, and hours, green. I don't know how high this will go, but it and NASDAQ are both making new highs today. So there's no upper zones. There is no upper zone above this on ES. There's no upper zone above. There's NASDAQ. There's no upper zone above it. But so far, the signals have held on it. So far, if you look at NASDAQ, if you would have got in at our 7 o'clock, it went long overall, just had a nasty news wick because it was non-farm. Same with, what do I want to say? ES, sorry. So far, signals are holding okay. It's just the moves are nastier and bigger. Bitcoin's testing its previous high right there. Remember I told you, well, you guys know where I got in long here. I just had my stop too close, and it did run up to the top of the zone, pull back to test the bottom of the zone, which is also these highs where these candles turn, and right back up. So good moves on it now. We're starting to get some good moves. After, we had non-farm push up, then consolidate for a while, and then it broke out. ES, non-farm pushed up, consolidate for a while, and then it pushed up. Broke out of that consolidate area. Same with NASDAQ. Non-farm pushed up, consolidated sideways for a while, and then broke out. And when they broke out, it tested. So you look at not all of them. So here's NASDAQ, bottom right. It broke up through this top, broke up past that high, came back and tested it, moved on. You look at ES. ES broke up past the high, tested it, consolidated after non-farm, broke up through the high, tested it, moved on. You look at Bitcoin. Bitcoin sideways for a while. Bitcoin, when it broke, it did not come back to test it. It moved up quite a bit, hit top of zone, and then came down to test it. So it didn't test this level right away. It did on this candle, but basically it kind of pulled back down to test the bottom of the zone and those actual candle turns. So right now we've got some good movement on. I'm not in anything. I'm not getting anything. I mean, I'm not going to take a trade now, and I'm done. And I'm done for the week. So, but I'm not. I'll stay in here. You guys know I like talking, anyways. I think. But yeah, really glad I wasn't. I'm sorry to hear about your friend getting burned on that Refco thing. I didn't know anyone in here. It surprises me that you know about that, but I think you're old as me, so maybe older. I don't know, but yeah, that was back in the day. So again, I was really glad that I did not put my money in that. And then that just made me cautious. That was just my warning sign. Be like, be careful, buddy. You almost lost the whole 20 grand by just wiring it and not even getting a chance to trade it. I would have just wired the 20 grand in. Well, if I had wired it in Monday, I could have traded Tuesday. But actually, no, I think it took 3 days before they had it in your account live, like where you could trade it. So, yeah. I would have put it in Monday and probably woke up Wednesday going, oh, great, I get to trade it. And then seeing the news, be like, what? Well, they went my 20 grand and never got to trade it. I would have been, guys, I would have been destroyed. I mean, not just I'm out of money, nothing to trade, but mentally, that would have broke me, I think. I mean, that would have broke me. I don't know. I want to say I would have recovered from that, but not quickly. I was already in a state of mind from not being able to do anything. I mean, I couldn't even go to the beach with Beth, and she loved going to the beach on the weekends. That was her thing. She worked. Again, she was an accountant down there too for a private health firm. And we needed both of our incomes, especially living down there in Naples. And I couldn't physically work anymore in construction. So because of my back, and no lie, I would sit up or lay down or sit up or stand up and my legs would go numb in 5 minutes. So there was no going to the beach with her on the weekends. I couldn't even go because I couldn't sit in the car. It was 10 minutes to the beach where we lived originally. So but anyways, enough about that. But it was depressing. I was already in a mental state because of that. I mean, we had my mom down there. She wasn't really social. We didn't really have a lot of friends down there yet. So, because we just moved down there. We moved down in March of 2004, and I injured my back. So, and the thing is, all our family was in Ohio. So if I would have injured it in Ohio, we would have had family and things would have been different. So anyways, but it brought me to search for something to make money, which was trading. So I'm happy. Still have back problems, so not happy with that, but it brought me to where I am with trading. So I'm okay with it. Bitcoin's having a problem breaking that top of that mid zone there. I'm going to look at Bitcoin. I'll look on my chart. You guys don't have to. Well, I'll look on this one. Look at the 4-hour on Bitcoin. So there's its upper zone. So it's quite a ways away. The bottom of the thing is 104,820, right around there. I'm just putting so around 104,800, let's say, is the bottom. So it's got quite a ways of, it's Friday, so it's not going to move all the way up there. But that's where the next 4-hour zone is. And guy, if you look at the 4-hour candles, we had a 4-hour candle. This one is huge and closed right there. So I need to take some of these lines off. I got some old lines on there still. I did not clean my charts every day. Sorry, guys. But huge red candle. So if it can break above this one right here, then it may shoot up. But that's going to happen like Sunday to Monday. If it gets above this, if it can hold above the zone here. It has to get above it first and close. ES is testing the top of the 4-hour zone. It just broke. So remember that 4-hour zone is on the 4-hour chart, it's a wick. That's why we draw these 4-hour zones. So there's your 4-hour zone on ES down there. So again, it's the wicks. Okay, let me take this line off so you can see the candle. So again, the 4-hour zone is drawn off the wick. We're identifying the time in the market during the 4-hour candle where there was indecision between the bullish side of the market, the bearish side of the market. That's what the wick is. Because other than that, this candle opened here and closed here. The next candle opened there and went back down. So the indecision in the market is the wick during that 4-hour time frame. So, and you have a wick on the green candle, and then the red candle even shot up there and pulled back. It opened here right at the start, a close of that candle, and then it even shot up to test that high and then closed down here. So that's the indecision in the market on the 4-hour that we will mark with our zone. That's why we have a zone and not just a line way up at the top of the wick. And then when we go down to our time frame that we're trading, we see that what did non-farm do? It pushed up to the bottom of our zone. So we know what the zone is though, right? The zone is where the 4-hour candle closed. Going back to the 4-hour, we know that zone that is the close of this 4-hour green candle. Where it opened down here, it went clear up there, where the top of the zone is, and then pulled back down and closed. Even this red candle, it opened there, went all the way up to test the top of the zone, and then came back down. So that's why we mark the zones the way we do. So then when it comes to, like I said, non-farm here, even non-farm popped us up, and then we kind of settled in sideways right under that zone. So if you would not have had that zone there, if you would have came in and just drew a horizontal line off that wick back there, you would not have known why this was bouncing here. Not at all. You would not have known. So going back, take the zone off. I'm just going to take it off. And if you would have marked that wick right there, so I'm putting that right on that wick on ES, and then going back down to a 3. That's what it looks like. Non-farm goes up and just stops for some reason and just goes sideways. You have no clue why. You wouldn't have had either of these on here. So you wouldn't have had this. You wouldn't have had this. And that's what your chart looks like. You might have drew from this high up here, which is where we're at. That's where we drew it from. The zone. We had a zone there. But if you're not going out on the 4 hour and doing this, guys, you need to start. You 100% need to start. Oh, did you just ask me that, Max? I did not even see your comment. Wow, thanks. I didn't see it. I just started going over it because of what was happening. So anyways, again, non-farm popped up and it just stopped and goes sideways. Most of the time, people are down on the 3 minute, 5 minute, 15 minute, 10 minute, whatever, 30-second, 1 minute trading, and they don't know what's going on the higher time frame. They're clueless. You have to go out and mark these zones and support resistance. This is where the market makers are moving the market to, these areas, back and forth. So I have to put them on my chart because it gives me a heads up. So even though it was non-farm and it shot up, it stopped at our zone. It's consolidated, stayed sideways under the zone before making another push through the zone. If you would have only went to that 4 hour and drew this long, that's at the top of that wick. Non-farm shoots up, pulls back, shoots up. You're excited. You think it's going to clear that line, and it does eventually, but you're kind of puzzled why it's sitting sideways. Why in the world did it stall there? Why didn't it just keep going? Why is it sitting sideways there? Have no clue. So by going out to the 4 hour and drawing these zones and support and resistance levels and your trend lines, then you see them on the 3 minute chart. Look at Bitcoin up top. It went to the bottom of the zone, consolidated sideways. Eventually, yes, it went. I mean, we're seeing it across the board, right? There's NASDAQ on the bottom right. Same thing. Non-farm went where? Zone, bottom of the zone. Was I surprised that it stopped there? No. Was I surprised that Bitcoin stopped there? No, we're not surprised. Okay? It doesn't shock you. It doesn't surprise you. Why? Because you have a zone level marked there. So you're not totally shocked why non-farm stopped there. It's like, oh, okay. It's hitting where a candle closed because the bottom of the zone here, like on NASDAQ, this is a red because it's an upper zone, which means that we were down below it. Okay. And you can change the colors. So you could have came in this morning on Bitcoin. We were below a yellow zone. You could have changed it to red if you want. But here's what I do. I don't do that. I do that right there every single morning before I trade. And I'm up on Bitcoin. And if you don't do it, you're not doing your trading any justice. On every single morning, I will dial down to a 4-hour chart. What I like to do is before I leave for the night, I like to change my charts. So I'm on a 3-minute taking trades. Last night, taking trades during the Asian session. 3 minutes, all charts set to 3. I used to forget sometimes. I'd come in the morning, get up late, right before 8 o'clock. So when I wanted to be at the computer, I'd get up at 7:55, come in here and start looking. And I'd be on the 3 minutes. Sometimes I'd forget to look at the 4-hour to get a fresh perspective as to what happened, because the London market moves, the Asian session moves, right? So what I started doing, how I handled that, again, this is my business. I have to take responsibility for my actions. How can I help myself? So if I'm tired a lot and I'm getting up right before I come into trade, one eye open, that's that one eye open trading, and I start forgetting to look at the 4-hour before I sit down to trade, or when I sit down to trade, how can I help myself? That's what I always do. How can I solve? That's a problem. That is a problem for me, not looking at the 4-hour time frame before I take trade. So now I just come into where I have a problem. How can I solve that problem? For me, it was okay. Well, last night I was trading on 3-minute. I just need to set all my charts up to the 4-hour before I go to bed. And that's what I started doing. I don't shut my computer down. It stays running. But what I started doing was, so last night, I set all my charts up on the 4-hour before I walk away from the computer. That's how I handled that problem. That was my solution. That's how I look at everything with trading. Oops, I got a problem. What can I do? So my problem was I was coming in and forgetting to, my other solution would be to put a note on the computer or keyboard. So the first couple of times I forgot, that's what I did. I had a little sticky note that was on my keyboard, next to my keyboard, that said 4-hour time frame. That was my initial. And then I'm like, well, I'm already on here at 9 or end of day, whatever. It could be whenever. If I'm leaving for lunch, yesterday, I leave for lunch and I know I'm not going to trade the Asian session, then I could turn it to 4-hour then. But it's something you should always be aware of. I told you guys I wasn't getting anything else, so I'm sticking to that. I'm not gonna, and I am logged into that other account that if I decided to, but I'm not gonna do that. So we're about a little over halfway in, about 40 minutes in on the US session. So we got full green on Bitcoin, and it's making higher high. It made a higher high and higher low and higher high. So hopefully that will keep trending in that direction. We'll see. Full buy on ES, NASDAQ, same thing. Oil, you got full red. There's oil where Bitcoin was. Making, it's making lower lows, lower highs. Bitcoin's making higher lows, higher highs. So we're seeing structure come in. We have structure on them. The Bitcoin, higher highs, higher lows. We want to see this structure hold. We want to see that bullish structure hold. You go down to oil, lower lows, lower highs. I want to see that structure hold. And that's where you're going to come in and you're going to draw some trend lines and look for those lines to hold up. So far, I like the way things are setting up. I just, like I said, I am not going to trade anymore. I'm done for the week. And but I'm still going to stay in here. So that would be a trend line you would draw. If I can get it. Oh, the magnet tool's probably shut off. Nope, it's on. Is that one? That's initially what I would look to hold up. Okay. If you want to get more aggressive with the trend line, you look at the chart and you're like, well, this would be a low, but if I put it there, it broke. So let me mention on the trend lines, because not everybody knows how to trade them. It's in an uptrend. You have a trend line drawn from these two spots, these two. I'm on Bitcoin. From these two candles, you draw a trend line. And yes, on a 3-minute time frame, I use wicks. The only time I possibly won't is a 1-minute time frame, and typically they're news wicks. So you're drawing from that point to that point. There's your that's your uptrend line, up trade line, whatever you want to call it. My trade line up. I'm going to trade up. I'm going to go buy anytime it pulls down and bounces off that. It gets more aggressive, non-farm, goes sideways, bounces here once it breaks a high. So you wouldn't even have this one here, right? Non-farm pulls up, goes sideways. When it breaks the previous high, when you have the instrument push up past the previous high, it can't take that move back. So as soon as it crosses the line, it has made a new high. It's making a new high because it's broke that previous high. So at that point, you say, okay, there's the low. There's the higher low. You can't take it back, right? It's already pushed up past the high. So you look and you say, okay, that's a higher low. You would draw a trend line on that. I would draw a trend line on that right there. This right here is part of why we don't take trend line breaks right when they break. When they break something, when something breaks the trend line, you expect it to go back and test the back of the trend line. You'd want to see a red candle. I'd want to see that to be a red candle or this to be a red candle before I would short. If I normally go with 10 contracts, am I going in with 10 contracts there? No, because I have an uptrend line right here that I know could be tested. So if I were to go in short, my target is that trend line. And surprise, surprise, if you look at where my pointer is right now, look to the left. It's right here where that turn is. So I could see it coming down, testing this area right here, over here. Caution, less contracts. The other caution is not enough room to take partial. The other caution is you're trading against the your trend, your uptrend line. And the further caution right now that you have on the chart that you got a little advantage, I think, than anyone else out there is this down here. The 1 hour and 4 hour are green. So you're definitely not getting in on that trend line break. Shouldn't. And what I'm talking about is, as I'm talking about it down here, trying to make you think of red candles and how it played out, that is exactly what's happening up here. It broke that line. Now, what I would do is here, though, it made a high, came down and broke this aggressive trend line. This is an inner trend line. This is an outer trend line. The outer trend lines hold up more than the inner because the inner trend lines are steeper. That's how it was taught to me. That's how I learned. So when it broke the inner trend line, we know the inner trend line is going to be broken more than the outer. Okay. So since we know it's an aggressive trend line, it's going to be broke. You look to see that. You don't panic. You can still hold your long. What you're waiting for is it to create a new high. Well, it does. It goes up. And once it passes that price right there where I drew that, technically it's made a high once it went up. So once it broke that, you look back, you see the low, and you can adjust your trend line at that time and only at that time. Because if it comes down and you get a green candle here, and then you get the second green candle, so you got that green candle and you adjust your trend line, then you're trying to predict that that's the bottom. that it's going to keep going up. And that gets kind of dangerous when you're trying to predict. So that would be where that line would be now. And then, so we have it pulled down right here, stopped, wicked right on that line, pulled back up, and now it's breaking that line. But we have an outer one. So what I would do now, if I'm trading this one's no longer valid. It's so close to our outer, and it's been broken by the outer, or broken by it, and now it's tested the outer. This inner one's gone. So that one gets taken off. But that's how you adjust them on there. I'm watching NASDAQ. So NASDAQ's bomb. But again, and it's weird for me looking at ES. Can I? No. Doggone it. I thought maybe I could click on ES and click the undo. But it's undoing the exact last thing. I really want my 4 hour zone back on ES. I miss it so. So I'm going to draw the 4 hour zone back on there. I'm doing it on my screen, so you guys don't have to can stay on yours. I got magnets on, magnets off. All right, so there's the 4 hour back on ES. Now what happens if I hit that? Oh, it's the same since I drew it on the other. So now that's the 4 hour back on there. So again, by having those 4 hour zones, it really helps you know what's going on. We knew what was going on. We knew it went up. We knew it. Non-farm was right there at the 4 hour zone. I mentioned that earlier. Non-farm ES was, and NASDAQ, they were at 4 hour zones. Bitcoin was at a 4 hour zone. Okay. And we weren't surprised. Not one bit of why they were, why they stopped and why it stopped and why we had sideways movement. It doesn't always stop. Sometimes it just keeps going. But today was a good day on the zones. So again, it's adding something to your charting. This is part of technical analysis. Technical analysis trading is adding something to your chart. And when we see things turn, we are not shocked, not surprised. We close partial to protect part of our gains in case they turn around. So, if you traded non-farm up, or if you got in before non-farm on the 1 hour, 4 hour, 15 minute, and non-farm goes up, you close partial, then non-farm. Then when it goes up again and gets toward that zone, you would close partial. You might even move your stop halfway or to break even. That's all it is. But you're not shocked. You're not freaking out. So the thing is with like ES and Bitcoin and NASDAQ, if you traded them that way, you were already in long, you move stop, didn't move stop, whatever, but they move up off non-farm, you close out partial because you see it nearing a zone and know that it may not break that zone. It may turn all the way back around. That you're going to close partial. You're going to close off. You see profit, take profit. I have to make money every day. So if I have profit, unrealized profit, then I need to close out part of that profit so that you have a paycheck at the end of the month. The reason why we leave runners on is this right here. Each one of these, if you traded that way, closed partial when it got near a zone, then you would have runners on. You're going to leave your runners on. Just adjust your stop manually. You just have to manage the stop. I'm not in on any of it. But that's how you need to handle that. But by, again, going out to the 4 hour time frame, the reason why we do that is because that's where large swings are at play. back down there on ES. The yellow zone is from this huge move up and turn. It is from the very top of that, tippy top of that turn. This is a decision area based on price between the bullish side of the market and the bearish side of the market. That's what that is. That's why it turned there. We're not playing on the 4 hour, but they're playing on the larger time frames based on, and they're not drawing zones. They're trading off price. Okay. Yeah, hedge. They have particular prices they will buy in at. Okay. So the bullish side of the market, that's always bullish, they're always going to buy. Well, they're waiting for their price to hit. So when it's up here, that is not their price to buy in at. Their price is down here. And these are the market makers. So they have a price in mind that if it, they bought down in here, it goes up, they're going to hold to a particular price. That is their target. And they're trading with way more money than we are. That's why we get the moves we do. Well, it hits that price for them that they're going to sell at. Then they have prices in mind, again, price levels, that when it gets back to that price level, they will buy in at again. This is evidently one of them right here. That's why it turned. Didn't turn because I put a trade on there. Didn't turn because you put a trade on there. It didn't turn because all of us around the world, retail traders, put trades on. That is not why it turned. Okay. It's the big seven. It's the banks, market makers, countries, trade currencies, and other items. That's why we get the big turns. So that we're marking them with zones. So we know that's where the big traders are. Okay, that's where the market makers are. That's why they're turning there. That's why we mark those as zones, and we're marking the wick. Because we don't know if it's going to turn at the, like this did right here. I can't see because of my line. I don't want to take this line off. Oh, I can't. Hang on. So if you look at ES, the bottom of the green zone is marked from the bottom of that wick. Well, look over here at this candle right here. And I'm kind of touching it. But this candle right here, if you look at the bottom, it wicked right to that level. That's why we marked the wicks. So it pulled up, pulled back, pulled up, make a higher high. So pulled up, made a higher low on the pullback, went up, made a higher high, came back and went and tested that area. Not only the top of it, because that's where the candle stopped, but the wick went all the way to the bottom. It tested that price point before moving all the way back up to what? This. So if you're 4 hour trading, you're going zone to zone. But guess what else happens if you're 4 hour trading? Your stops are going to be huge. They have to be. So you could have got in short on this pull down, but you'd want to know, is that the tippy top? So you get a 4 hour wick, you draw the zone. You're only drawing it after it starts moving down. You see red candles because you would have drawn one over here. 4 hour candle closes and you get a couple red candles. You might draw a zone there. If I was trading on the 4 hour and watching, you draw a zone there. Well, that zone got broke. The bigger the wick, the more we expect it to be respected. So these little, you would have drawn a little zone. Well, then that one got broke through. And then you get here and you get a nice move down with a little pullback, even nicer move down. Well, that's, you draw off that and it comes back up to even kind of test the previous high before moving on. So that's why we mark the zones as zones. But again, if you got in here long, because you had a huge wick on a 4 hour. So if you got in long on, say, that candle and traded it, you're like, I'm going to trade it all the way up to that yellow zone. That's a huge profit. It went. Did it not? It went. But where would your stop have had to been to stay in that trade? It would have had to been below the wick, below the low. And you would have stayed in. You would have sat through a huge pullback. So 4-hour time frame, way bigger drawdown than you're trading on a 3-minute or 1 minute or 5 or 10 or 15, any of the smaller time frame. That's why we are down on the smaller time frame, taking our trades. We're not willing to sit through that drawdown because your stop has to be way down here. You're probably not even putting one contract on that with your stop here. Now, if you're looking at the 4-hour, you guys know me, I'm going to look at the previous low and I better put my stop below that low. So if I wanted to take that trade long because of that big wick and trade it that way, or even if you waited, if you had a down, I would have a down trend line across that 4-hour that goes in here. And what did you actually get? So for me, the safer entry than trying to predict the bottom is that right there. So again, it goes down, you get a huge wick, green candle, you could draw your zone. But again, then you're drawing your trend line. We're just doing on a higher time frame. So it pops up, tests the back side, green candle would be your entry. So that would be an entry for me based off of regular rules. So that right there be an entry. If I went just below this low and did that, oh, I got the magnet on, doggone it. Sorry, guys. I'm trying to get it to, there, I'll draw it over here. That right there would be entering with the stop below the low. And I got the magnet to on, so it would be a little bit below that. You're not going right to the wick. That trade got stopped out. I went to the current low. And you guys know I like going 2 lows back, don't I? For those that have been around for a while, no, I like 2 lows back. I don't like to use current lows, especially on the 3-minute. So I'm going to go way down below what? Below this low, that wick. That's a huge stop. And most people can't stomach that on the 4-hour. And that's why we're not on the 4-hour trading. And look at it, came back, almost stopped you out still. Wouldn't surprise you because it's the bottom of this wick. Goes up, makes a higher high. So after you're in, makes the higher high, drops down, tests, makes a higher high, higher low, higher high, higher low, higher high, hits your target. So you look at it and you're like, yeah, but it only got 2 to 1, almost 3 to 1, level 3. Level 3 is up here. But look how much risk we had to put up on that trade. Just huge, you know. And you look overall, now it's going through the roof. It's hit level 3, almost level 4. Level 3 is our 2-time risk. Level 4 is up here. Hasn't hit it yet. So it's hit about 2.5 times your risk. So great trade on a 4-hour time frame with a huge stop. So most people can't even one lot that on their account size with whatever huge. Most times you're getting in on something like that, even with one contract. And if you hear me say lots, it's same as contracts, is 4x. They're called lots instead of contracts or shares. Called lots instead of shares or contracts. And they move in pips instead of ticks. So if I accidentally say I'm throwing on 10 lots, that's why. But overall, great trade. Just a huge stop because you're on the 4-hour. But so that's why we'll mark up the but that's how I trade on the 3-minute. We're just doing the same thing on the 3-minute is all we're doing. Or 5 or whatever you're entering on. So I'm watching Bitcoin bounce right on that top of that trend line. And again, I won't move it out. So I won't back this trend line up. I'm not going to back it. Just took one of the other ones out. I'm not going to back the trend line out here right now. If I do, I'm trying to say that's as far as it's going right now. And I can't say that until it breaks the highs. So if it comes up and breaks this high right here, not really the wick, because it's above the wick a little. I want to see it break that level. If it breaks that level, then yes, I'll adjust and we can leave it there. But that's the point I would adjust it. And we're doing a small adjustment because it's really not that far down. Look at where we are here, and we're just adjusting it to here. Okay. But typically I want to see it break a level. I want to see it break a price area. And you can do it. Everybody's going to be a little different. So it did come up and it broke that little wick right there. So yeah, you can adjust it out there if you want. There's nobody that's going to adjust it at exactly the same time as other people. Ooh. I need to turn this back on ES to a 3. So ES and NASDAQ are kind of holding right now. Let me see something. I can go back to and the 4-hour chart's got, ooh, yeah. All right. I'll have to show you something in full. I'm here in a second. We'll wait. I've tried not to drag so many charts over here for you guys. I'm trying to let you just watch the signals play out, trade accordingly, and not drag too many of my charts over. Are you in Platinum, MC? I'm kind of curious because it did. So Platinum, I would have been doing this. Platinum dropped and stopped. So Platinum dropped and stopped, came up, formed a lower high, came down and formed a low, kind of same low. You know, if you look at where the body's turned, then technically, yes, it's a lower low. But if you look at the wicks, you're like, about the same price, right? So it formed a lower high, same low. Lower high, same low. Lower high. So what am I doing? Does anybody know what I'm doing when it does that? I want someone to tell me what I'm doing when it does that, or what I would have done. And that right there, where it comes down, makes a low, makes a lower high, same low, lower high. That's what I need. Need a high point, need a low, lower high, but it's not making lower lows. So it's not, it's still kind of bearish. No, a drawing. What would I have drawn on the chart? How's that? That should tell you. Because we did it yesterday. Yeah. I'd have been drawn a triangle and waited for a breakout. So I am going to blow this chart up because I think I need to cover this. And then we've got 2.5 minutes. So I won't take the 2.5 minutes, I swear. So chart patterns, we have a low, we have a high, we have a low at the same price. Then it finally breaks, forms a low, forms a lower high, and then this comes down and forms a low at the exact same price. Exact same price. And then it pulls up, pushes back down to that exact same price. It's consolidating. It's not willing to break, or it can't break because of the bullish side of the market. It cannot break below this low, but we still have the bears in. The bearish side of the market is still in control. It's still pushing down. Well, we've got the 1 hour, 4 hour. It says, okay, we're still holding. I'm going to draw a triangle. What I'm essentially doing is this. I'm taking a trend line and drawing it across the top. I'm taking a horizontal tool and drawing it across the bottom. That's it. But you see how it's in a triangle, and we're waiting for it to break out. Now I would adjust it obviously out to this because I'm watching that. I'm waiting on that right there, and then it taps the bottom again. I got to think triangle. Lower highs, but we're not getting lower lows. And it's just the reverse if it's up. We would get lower, or we would get higher lows, but it's not breaking on the highs as it pushes up. So that's when you draw the triangle. You have to push your chart over typically, and you take your triangle tool and you can put it back here, and then kind of move it over. That's why I moved the chart. And there it is. That's how you draw it on the chart. You're waiting for a breakout. And we did get that. We got a breakout. So as it comes down, this pull up here and pull back, it's kind of right on line. It's up to you guys. If you then adjust, not move the triangle, if you adjust the triangle out to capture in that high that kind of broke it, or if you just leave it where it was, where you originally had it, okay, and just say, well, it might be breaking to the top, because isn't that kind of an early warning? So I had it there. I would have it there based on that move out, wick out, because originally it would be drawn here. So it kind of wicked above. We waited on that anyways. And again, it pulled through. And what did it do? You don't jump in right there. You're going to wait for confirmation. Well, the confirmation is it's pull back and test. Well, it pulls back and then pops back through again. It's made a higher low. Okay. You can, and if you don't want to take that break, some of you might have adjusted your lines out. Like I said, I keep grabbing the wrong one. But you might have adjusted it out here like that. But basically, that's how you trade breakouts of, now it could go down and test the backside. So if you get in on the breakout, you might want to consider pulling profit. The caution getting right here, for me, getting in on that candle would be this right here, that wick. So if that was the signal candle for me and I wanted to get in, okay, then I have to know, where should I pull partial? Well, I should pull partial at that high because it may not go past that. Is there enough room for me to profit? If I say no, there isn't, I'm not taking the trade. I'm going to wait for more confirmation. If there's not enough room to close partial, I'm not going to take the trade. Or I'm going to put on less contracts, especially since we think it might pull back. But that's how you kind of trade, or not kind of, but you're waiting on it to break out. So these are chart patterns, is all they are. That we're looking at and can trade those breakouts. Oh, is it for? See, I don't have your line on there. Did you not tell me we had a line there? I saw you commented on it earlier. I'm just giving you a hard time. MC over there with the secret sauce. Oh, yeah. I'm interested. Is your line at 935.8 by chance? And it may not be right there. I'm just kind of curious. I'll take these. $941.4. Did you draw it as a zone? Or are our numbers not in sync? Brokers. I was just curious on the. Oh, okay. So you are marking that. Because I went back and marked. See, we're getting a pullback to retest that. I just marked it back here. This wick way back here. I just marked the bottom of that because I saw that that was around the bottom of that triangle. And that's basically right around that level. I mean, that's the line from it. So it just stopped right there. And guys, I didn't have that drawn. But that's part of the move up. So part of the move up. And we're not going to, I don't draw zones on all these inner levels. You can. You're going to end up with a ton of zones on the charts. But this low right here, wick, is right where it stopped. What we've just been talking about. Then it moves up, comes down. You'd have a line there on that one. You'd have a line every time. On the 4 hour, you'd got a line. That's where we'll draw the lines and not zones. The zones, I like draw them on the big swings. These are huge swings. Huge swing up. Huge swing down. Zone. You know, huge swing up. Huge swing down. Zone. That's where the zones come from. The lines are going to be these smaller swings between the zones. That's where I'll draw the lines. I don't want to end up with too many zones. So that's why we have that line there. That's why I have that line there from on back. And then you're looking for those levels to be respected. So we have a line from back here. And what happened? It pulled up, pulled back, and tapped that line. Tapped it. Then went on. Stopped right at that previous high. After it broke that previous high, what did it do? Test that 4 hour SR level. Went way up, but pulled back to do what? Test that level again. This green candle went up. What did it do? Pulled back to test that level again. Do you see any kind of pattern? That's what we're noticing. Pattern. Pulled back up, even pulled back another time. Didn't quite get there, but hit the trend line from this wick on up. Then pulled up, pulled back, created a new, well, that was an old line. So it tapped that. What did it do after it hit here? When it went even further, making a higher low, it actually pulled back down to do what? Test this stupid level again. So is that not a strong 4 hour support and resistance level? Yes, it is. You know, this kind of got squirrely. It didn't stop right on the line. I mean, it's not always going to stop right on the line. This time it did. Like stopped on a dime. But it doesn't always do that. Sometimes it'll wick past. Sometimes we get caught in that. But by drawing those, that's what keeps us out of, I want to say that's what keeps you out of extra trouble. Takes you out of some of your extra losses that you would normally take. Oh, yeah, to draw a triangle. I love them. Guys, I noticed them all the time. I love the triangles and head and shoulders pattern. And that's kind of what I'm noticing on Bitcoin is I'm wondering if it's, see how it went up? You know, we had it was down here and went up, and this would be like a head and shoulders pattern. That's the left shoulder. It pulls down. So that's your left shoulder. I don't know what you want to call that. It's your neck. It's your neckline. So you got a shoulder, it pulls down. That's your head, pulls back down, and then pulls back up. Well, this is your neckline. If you use the head and shoulders tool, then it's like this. This is how it plays out. When you come down, you click on the different parts, and it actually draws a neckline for you. Okay, so that's how you use it. You wait for the neckline to be broken, and then that's when you take the trade. Now you can use all sorts of other things to try and get you in before that. So see, we already have a trend line up here. That's going to be my extra caution. We also have the bottom of a 4-hour zone. I see that it respected this 4-hour zone here, went up, tapped it, came back, went up, tapped it, came back. After it broke it, came back to test it, and it held up, went back up further, higher high, come back to test the bottom of the zone again, went back up, but now we see a lower high. So unless we get a push past this high, then I would expect it to come back and test like this trend line, and that I'm not going to expect it to go clear to the floor. Okay. So we have a little bit of caution there because we have a trend line there. We have a zone there. We have reasons to potentially not take it short. I also have the 1 hour and 4 hour on the bottom of the charting platform that tells me what? Shorts are not in my favor. Going short is not in my favor at all. And that's why you guys are watching these. I'm assuming that's what you're supposed to be doing. They should keep you, help give you confidence to hold your runner or hold runners, hold your trades, hold your runners. I know it's a lot. I don't know how many people are in here, but guys, it's a lot. It's work. Everybody sees trading and they think, man, I can just pop on trades. And I know a lot of you guys are just learning. I don't know how much, some of you may already have been trading for years. Some just getting started. It's work. It's not as easy as they make it look. The Insta gurus and the TikTok gurus, they make it look really easy. And I know I make it look easy sometimes. Or probably all the time. I don't know. It's not easy. And you shouldn't think it's easy. I hate a lot of the stuff that's out there. I would hate to have started trying to learn now or last few years. I'm glad I'm glad that I needed to find something and learned how to trade back when I did. I would hate trying to figure out, like who to follow, what works, and then you're following someone, you're trying something and you try it for a couple months and it's like, it doesn't work. Well, and it might not work for you. It is a ton of work. And I treat it, like I said, it's a job, a career, business, whatever you want to call it. When I first started doing it, it was not a business. I was trading. It was my job. That's what it was. It wasn't a side hustle for me, something I did on the side. I had to have income. If I was still able to do construction back then and started doing it, it would be a side job, something I did on the side. Then when I started making more money than my job, I quit my job, it's going to become my job. And then once years in, then you're like, okay, this is my career. This is where I'm at. And then for me, then I developed business plans. I turned it into more of a business. Create retirement account to trade in. Create extra accounts to piggyback off other ones. Your retirement account can link to your money account, your cash account. You can do stuff like that. You can get into prop firms and trade. I went over that kind of yesterday, I think. Do one prop firm account, eval, get a PA. If you're doing Apex, do an eval, get the PA. When you pass the PA account, if it's 25,000 eval account, you need 1,500 to pass. You can either make 1,500 or 1,500 to blow it. When you get to PA, you have to make $1,600. Don't ask me why. It's $100 more across the board. You have to make $100 more than what you did last time. So you make $1,600 and you get your payout. When you make $1,600, you don't trade until you get your payout. Because if you submit for payout, it is not locked in stone. So if you have a 25K PA account and you get to 1,600, you request payout, you take a trade before you get the payout, and you drop below that 1,600 profit, you won't get your payout. So you have to wait. Well, what are you going to do while you wait? Hopefully you have a backup account. So you get your payout, but you don't pull it all out. That's where people have problems. That's why the prop firm industry is the way it is. They don't have a plan. I created a whole plan. I wrote it down on a spreadsheet. I'm heavy on spreadsheets, always have been. Love spreadsheets. So I created a business plan for my prop firm trading. I knew what it's about. I know what they expect. They expect a lot of people to get into accounts and blow them. I know that's the reality of it, that most people will. So knowing that, knowing what the prop firms are, how they're making their money, I don't want to give them mine, right? I want to make money. I want to use a prop firm for what it's worth. Basically make some cash off of it. Sorry, I'm watching here. So, let me do that. All right. So anyways, you get your $1,600. So now you can do payout, cash out. You don't pull it all out. Never pull it out. If people want to do that, they want to say, well, I can pull out almost everything, because it doesn't leave you a cushion. You don't have a big drawdown. That's the issue with drawing out the biggest cash amount you can. Then you're not leaving a cushion in there for yourself for drawdown. And then the next month you will take losses, which will hit your drawdown and your account will blow. I can almost guarantee it. That's what happens to people. Because at that point, here's where your mind goes. I'm in a trade, it's negative, it's probably going to blow my account out. I'm just going to throw on the rest of the contracts. That's what you'll do. I can almost guarantee that that's what happened, because I've seen it firsthand. Like sitting next to someone trading on their laptop while I'm trading on mine. That won't keep extra cash in their account to build it up. So what you do is you want to take a little bit of payout. I mean, you need to. It helps you psychologically. You got cash back. You buy the evals because they're cheap. Then you get the lifetime, I almost said premium. You get the lifetime PA account. So you don't have to pay monthly on it. So since you've gone through all the trouble, then you build up and get to where you're at the 1,600. If you're doing 25K account, that's what it is. I'm just doing that because that's what Tyler's doing. So you get 1,600. He wanted to do full payout. I said, no, we're not doing that. Why? I said, because do you want to be in a situation where you can't go into a drawdown? I know you get into trade sometimes they're in the negative for a while. Sit there, pullback. Yeah. Do you want to have extra room? I said, that's what we're going to do. I wouldn't let him do a full cash out. So I said, you're going to withdraw this amount. And what I did was, when we withdrew that, it was only a couple $100. First off, gave him some money, even though I paid for everything. So I paid for the eval. I paid for the lifetime PA account. And I didn't really, I'm helping him learn. And I didn't really care. But we did go in, everything for me as a business. And I told him, I said, okay, you owe me this amount for the eval. And you owe me this amount for the PA. So when we withdrew money, He's like, well, I got to pay you back. I said, no, we'll wait on that. I said, I'm fine. You know that. But I'm trying to teach him how to do things properly. Like not just trading, but life. He has a contract for a loan on his car. It's not the whole amount. So we made him sign a loan for $2,000 on his car. And it was a lot more than that. And we're covering that. But we're trying to teach him life lessons. You know, he's going to be out there. He's going to get a house. You know, he's going to get a mortgage. He's going to get a car loan, another car throughout his life, probably a few. So we're trying to teach him responsibility. So same with trading. So basically let him do a withdrawal. First thing I did was make sure he had cash in hand. Why? Because I want him to keep trading if he wants to keep trading. And it's not exciting if you're sitting here and making no money. You don't get cash in hand. So when you trade the PA accounts or the prop firms, once you start being able to cash out and put some money in your hand, take some of it, do whatever, go to dinner, go, whatever, buy yourself something, take some cash out, do that, buy another. What I did was I used some of the payout money, bought another evaluation account and made him trade that and pass. And then I linked the two together. So he's been able to have two together. That's all he's got right now is the two together. And then they're linked. So he's getting a higher payout. But we're also, every time we take cash out, he takes a payout, he leaves money in. I don't ever let him take the biggest. We're not there yet. He's not built that business up. Like I said, I set it up as a whole business. There's a whole business model I have. After all, the prop firms have their business model, how they want it to work. I have my own business model as to how I want to work it. That's how you got to treat it. Treat it for what it is. So, and I told you guys, he came to me last week and said, I want to trade Bitcoin. A part of that is because he's made a friend at the new school he's at. And it's like a career school. So he's made, like I said, a friend. And what do I want to say? Oh, I'm not sure what you're mentioning on there, MC. But anyways, so he's made a friend, and this kid's trading futures, which I think is cool. He found a friend at school that is actually trading futures. So they've got to talking. That's got him fired back up. So he was he was getting payouts. He's got his friends he plays on PS4. So that drags him away sometimes. And then his girlfriend, and then he's got school, and now they're starting baseball training, for spring. So he's got stuff dragging him away from the computer, which he's just got to adapt to it. So, but then when he met this kid at school that's trading futures, they got to talking. Well, this kid's trading Bitcoin, I think, and I don't know what else, but he has traded Bitcoin. So he asked Tyler, have you traded Bitcoin? No. And the kid's like, well, I've traded Bitcoin and da. So that's what got Ty come back home that day. And he's like, hey, I met this kid at school and he's trading futures, but he's also trading Bitcoin. And I want to get in. Can I do So that's what I did. I said, yeah. But I said, you are absolutely not going to trade it in your PA accounts. Because I know the reality. It's a new instrument. He doesn't know how it moves. He's probably going to blow his account. So I had to adapt to that. What are we going to do? I don't want him trading in the PA account. Well, can I get him evals? So the evals with Apex were at 80%. And I didn't get them. And I waited. I'm like, I know they're going to have a 90, but it might not be till later in the year, till around Christmas. And what I was saying. So then they popped up with the 90. So I got him two 25K what do I say, eval counts. That's what the others are, PAs that are 25K. That's what he started on. I just got him a 25K account. That's it. Because it was an easy target. I wanted the target for him to be easier than mine. When I first started doing the funded account, it was 50K. 50K, you got to make 3,000. If you lose 25K, it blows on Apex. So I knew 1,500 was a target for him. The $50,000 account is a way better deal than the $25,000 account for the money you're putting up to pay the lifetime. The 50,000 is way better. But I know how to trade. So I opened a 50K. He's just starting. That was his first account. I wasn't about to get him a 50K and make him try and get to $3,000. I wanted to set a lower goal for him because I want him to experience the passing of the eval. That's one great accomplishment sooner. The second is pulling profits, cashing out of a PA account. I wanted him to experience that sooner. So it took him 3 days. He did the signals, the old ones, that just say buy, sell. So he sat through a lot of pullbacks on those. But he passed it in like 3 days, the 1,500. So if I would have bought the 50K for him, he might have passed it in 6 days. It might have taken him 2 weeks, right? 2 weeks is 15 days. I can tell you this. If it took him 2 weeks on a 50K account, he would have been excited. I could tell you that he would have been way better excited and was passing the 25K in 3 days. And all he was doing, trading signal. Super excited. He couldn't tell me quick enough that and he did. He took a picture. I was gone. And he took a screenshot where he had hit the goal, the 1,500 target. He was super excited. And when I come home, he's like, well, can you sign me up? Can we do the PA now? And I'm like, Tyler, you just passed it this morning. He's like, well, when can we do it tonight? And I'm like, it gets in the system like at midnight. I said, that's when everything clears their system. I'm like, so we'll have set it up tomorrow. And this was on a Friday. He was wanting to get that thing open. And I'm like, we'll check tomorrow. I'll get you done. The market's closed Saturday, so you can't trade anyway. But I tried not to get him down because he was so excited. I'm like, we'll get it as soon as they let us. I'll pay for the PA. You'll get your certificate and you can trade Monday. And he's like, well, doesn't the market open Sunday night? When I said you could trade Monday, he's like, doesn't the market open Sunday night? I mean, he's ready to trade. I'm like, it does. And I'm like, okay. I said, well, we're going to check tomorrow, see where it's at. We'll check Sunday. And by Sunday morning, that's when I was able to, when I logged into his account, it was in there for him to, for us to sign the thing. And you could see your certificate. That's another thing I did. I didn't just let him see his certificate. I downloaded it to the computer, and I not only downloaded it to the computer, I printed that thing. You better believe it. I printed it, and I went in and hung it above his computer monitor. It's an accomplishment, and I'm trying to keep him fired up. We're kind of getting that pendant or wedge on Bitcoin. Bitcoin's made, and it's going to pop as I'm talking here. It's back up to that high, so it may pop. But so again, I'm trying to keep him fired up. That's why I printed the certificate down, not just downloaded it, but printed it, hung it there, and for him to be able to see that. And I guess I should have fixed my camera earlier. So that kept him fired up. Again, smaller account for him, 25K, because a $1,500 target is, you're going to hit that quicker than a $3,000 target. Okay. So I bought 2, but I only had him trade the 1. No, we only bought 1 that time. We bought 1 that time. So we just bought 2 this week, and they were cheap. They were at the 90. So we bought 2. And because he passed the other one so fast and he's been doing so good on the PA, I know that when I bought why I bought 2 instead of 1 is because he's just learning Bitcoin and I want him to stay out of the PA account with it. So I bought 2 so he could start trading Bitcoin on the first account. They're not linked together. And then when he passes it, while we're getting the next PA account, he can still trade Bitcoin on the second eval account. I want him to stay in that for a while. So what I don't want him doing is passing it like in 3 to 5 days, 1 week, and the eval and have nothing to do. Because if he has nothing to do, no other eval accounts, guess where he's going? He's going to want to trade in his PA account. And I wasn't willing to let him do that. So my thought process was, everything for me I got to think about is like, I need to get him 2. I almost got him 3 accounts. I'm like, I need to get him at least 2, because if it takes him 1 week to meet the goal, to make the 1,500, well, that's 1 week of trading Bitcoin. So I bought him 2. Let's get 2 weeks of trading Bitcoin and then see where he's at. See how well he did on those. And you better believe I'm looking at those trades. I'm going back and putting the trade executions on, and I'm looking to see where he got in, and I'm looking to see, did it move back on him after he got in? So I'm watching that kind of closely. I'm checking every day after he trades. I'm not going in while he's trading. I don't mess with him. Letting him, he doesn't want to come down here, and I'm fine with that. But that's how he's doing. So he's doing okay. And he's fired back up even more than he was before. But then he wanted to do Bitcoin. So we'll let him do Bit. So right now, and I put his charting the other day. I fixed his charting up with these signals that you guys are watching. And he's trading those. And I set up the indicators on his charting. And I had Bitcoin open. And he's like, where's gold? I'm like, well, you want to trade Bitcoin? He goes, no, I want to trade both. I'm like, oh, here we go. Yep. He's like, here we go. He's wanting to trade both. Bitcoin gold is making lower. It's made lower low and lower high. So right now we're kind of seeing a channel form going down on gold that it'll pop. But right now it is definitely making a lower low. So you'll see I got the parallel tool and I put 1 point here, this high, 1 point here, this high, and that's where it's turning. Drag the other part of the tool and you can look at points like this point or this point. I would look to draw it here. However, the other point's a little lower, kind of peek through. So I would come down here, and that's what I'd look at. So right now it's channeling down. It's retracing. We should start seeing, if it keeps in this direction, we should start seeing more red triangles print. I'm going to take some of these lines off here. I'm going to leave the 4 hour. It's testing the 4 hour. So it's kind of wavering back and forth on the 4 hour. Before I would ever think it's going to break and hold long would be that right there. That's the high to break that it needs to break. Before I would assume it's going to continue long. So we might get a deeper retracement. So right now, the other is this right here. I typically will do that. I'm going to draw a channel down. The channel is nothing but a trend line tool that marks the top and the bottom. So that's what the parallel tool is. I think parallel or channel. They call it parallel channel. It's both. So not a parallel tool, not a channel tool. It's a parallel channel. So again, you're basically just drawing a downtrend line from here to here. 1 hour, 4 hours is long. So we're considering that to be a retracement. Drawing that trend line. But this tool has a second line that you drag down to mark the bottom. Now, sometimes it'll break. So I'm not expecting it, to, break and run. You're expecting it to pull back to test at least this low, if not even deeper to the channel bottom. So that's how you got to treat it right now. It's isn't it after 11? So it's after 11. So I also decide, guys, now should be the point in time where you decide if you're going to take any new trades from here to noon, or just manage what you got on. But we're getting big, decent retracements. ES, NASDAQ, everything's still green, but we're getting a deeper retracement on them. ES is right back to the bottom of that zone. Just testing that. I'd like to see a bounce there. And Bitcoin, back to Bitcoin, it's kind of formed a wedge. We already have a trend line. Remember, that trend line's from back here. So it's getting tighter. So this is my trend line. And then we have a high up here. I'm going to take some of these others off. So is that not coming into a tight area? It'll get tighter and it will pop. So again, it's coming in tighter. It hasn't been able to break the high, and then it's going to pop one way or another. It is at that $100,000 mark. We know it's gone higher, but it is right at that price level. So you could draw there's the triangle is right in there. Where are we at here? Oh, we got like 40 seconds left. And then if you were going to look to say, well, could I draw another trend line on Bitcoin? It's going to be aggressive, it would be like that. Okay, that would be your inner trend line. And we don't know if that's going to hold up or not. So make it like a dashed line or dotted line. And that'll remind you that is a weaker line just because it's steeper and it may not hold up, because we're going to end up with a time push. I don't know what else to call it. It's coming into a time crunch is what these come into, where time plays into it. The bullish side of the market wants to push it up. The bearish side of the market keeps pushing it down. That's why it's staying up right below this price. Okay. And we're getting higher highs and higher lows. What does that mean? Higher highs, higher lows. Bullish side of the market's trying to push it up. Bearish side of the market's saying nope. Or you get profit taking. That's part of the bearish side of the market. Not just traders trading short. It's also market makers making moves so they can pull profit. So the bullish side of the market is in profit up here. And they're going to pull profit. What's that going to do? It's going to start pushing down. So again, when I say bearish side of the market, it's not bearish side of the market stepping in. It's also some of the bullish market selling, which I know gets really confusing. So all we have to do to simplify it is just forget about everything I said and just draw lines on the highs and lows and use trend lines and zones. So you're watching Bitcoin try and break out that. But again, I like to, you'll have your main trend line like this, and then you'll have an inner one here that's more aggressive. But that basically is that triangle pattern where this is reverse of what we did on platinum. You can, and I'm trying to attach it there. Okay, I can come back and attach it here. And then again, it's that right there. And basically, you don't have to draw the triangle. I'm just trying to show you. So the triangle pattern, it's also called a pendant or wedge formation. That basically is nothing more than our trend line, which is out here, the green one, and the horizontal line off that high. That's it. And I'll just mark them like this from time to time so you guys can see that pattern. So you get to notice that pattern. It is a good, valid pattern. And as we see it, this inner line right here might help push it through. If not, if it breaks through that inner one, the dashed one, well, then we're going to look for it to bounce sideways over here. It will eventually get pinched out. It has nowhere to go. And that's time. That's where time plays in. It can go sideways for the next day. Go sideways till the end of the day, unless it runs out of time. What time is this right here? So if I come look at the time, I think that's noon. So right in here, why didn't it draw mine? There it is. So right there is what? Yeah, 1209. So that line is at 1209. Well, what is that? It's the tightest part of the triangle. And you full well know it has nowhere to go. It's going to go, if it doesn't go before, well, it's going to go somewhere after this. And it could go sideways still a little, but more than likely it gets pinched out and pops one way or another. Expect to pop. That's what I expect. Why do I expect that? Well, because that's what's typically happened. Okay? That's what's typically happened when you get those triangle formations, wedge patterns, flags, pendants. They're called many things. It's all the same thing. So that's the time push, because we run out of time. It has to go one way or another. So if it's a plane, if it's going to take off long, it's a plane hitting the end of the runway. It's going to pop one way because it runs out of time that it can go sideways. That's typically what happens. You'll see a pop. So we did see a pop down on platinum. Remember, it popped, and I mentioned if you got in long, be cautious. I'm down on the lower left now. If you got in long when it popped above the pendant there, then where should your first target be? Where should you be willing to close partial? Now, your target would be way up here, the 4-hour support and resistance level. So when you get in on something like that, that break, your target is going to be the further target. That'd be my target. I'd be excited. That's my target. However, reality. What's reality? That's the difference. That's what you got to look at. Get in on that entry. My target's the 4-hour support and resistance line, this previous high. Then reality steps in. What's reality for that entry? Well, reality is it has to break this high here first, does it not? It has to break that high first. That's the reality of where it's at when you get in there. So in order to get to your profit target, your main profit target, where you close it all, it has to get past this high, your previous high, because you get in there. That's the reality. That's what should bring you back. And if that target is so close, and you normally put 10 contracts on, so you put 10 contracts, you just say, I'm closing it all there. Put your stop past at the current low or previous low. That's your plan. And then reality sets in. Wait a minute, we have a high right there. Draw your line. Is that enough profit? Or is that enough? Yeah, is that enough profit in there that you're going to close partial? Because you have to consider that as part of your plan. And that's how this one played out. If you would not have closed partial there because you were too stubborn and said, nope, it'll blow through that. Well, then you're sitting in the negative right in here. You went negative, not to your stop at the current low or previous low when you got in, but you're sitting in the negative for a while. So it pulls back up. You get a glimmer of hope here when it pulls back up and you're almost to break even, pulls back in negative. Then it finally pulls up here. And on this candle, you're back in the positive again. Oh, here we go. It formed a higher low. And there you got some more hope. And now it pulled back down. Now you have a lower high, but yet a higher low. It gets to be a lot, guys. So it's got to break out of that. So someone is either back here again. When you take it, you have to look. Reality. The reality is it may just not just take off and run your target. Okay. It might only get there. Is that enough for me to pull partial? Because I want to put 10 on. If you say, no, I don't want to pull there, then is that not a riskier trade? If you're not willing to pull there, because that may be the only place it hits, and you say, no, I'm not willing, well, then don't put 10 on. Put less contracts. Because it is a riskier trade. You're at risk that it may not get to the 4-hour time frame because it only hits this. So I'm glad this actually played out this way, because we talked about the breakout earlier. And it just went and touched that level. So it kind of worked out perfect that we talked about it that way, that's what you have to be. You have to be willing to think this way and go through all this. It is a lot. It's a lot of work. Do it on 1 or 2. Eventually you'll get to where you can watch 4 or 5 things and do it. You don't have to. I did 1 for the longest time, and then I went to 2, and then I went to 4, and then from there further. But even on that, I don't know where it is. But even on back then, when I was trading at my computer, we got 2 minutes and something. That right there, these 4 charts in the middle, those are what I'm trading on. That's it. I have another 9 currency pairs over here. That's why the charts are kind of mixed up. There's like 1 there, 1 in the middle. So you got the 4 monitors that are kind of messing with that, and the 4 monitor borders that are messing with in here too. So it's really 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I'm aware of those, but I'm trading 4. If something over here is set up better than one of them over here, then what I was doing was I was switching the chart over here. If something over here is set up better to whatever currency that was. So that's all it was. I have a lot up, but I'm not trading all of it. Yeah, gold pushed to that high. It pushed right back to it if you're watching gold. So again, should you be surprised that on this green candle that broke through the channel, stopped right there? No. You should not be surprised in the least that it stopped right there. Okay. This should calm you down some. Be like, because you're excited, because it broke, you might be in long, and you're excited, it broke the channel, and then it just stops. And then you might feel defeated. Well, it just hasn't broke that high yet. But we know that. We know that it may not break that high. So hopefully you closed partial, and this could break and run. This could be the time it breaks. They're going to hit these levels multiple times. At some point, that's going to break them. But which point? We don't know. So you just have to, this is how you got to trade. And it is a lot of work, I know. I know when you guys watch me trade and show you these things, I'm asking you to do a lot. It's a lot of work to draw your highs and lows, but this is what it takes to really be consistent. And to not get into emotional trading. Because your plan, if you were in gold, if you got in gold back here or in gold here, your plan should be to try and take profit because it may not break that high. Just like I said over here on platinum, we knew it may not break that high to get to the 4 hour. And we're okay with that. You should be, because that may be all it goes. So you don't freak out and panic. I think you guys know I'm a pretty calm trader. I just don't. Now, I wasn't. I have my emotions fully in check. But I also have certain accounts I trade on, riskier trades, and non-farm I trade only on one account. And, there's stuff like that that helps you become a less emotional trader. And then the other is using the tools you got, like marking that high on gold. And so you're not freaking out. You know why it stopped. That's the secret sauce right there. Not really secret, but sorry, guys. I got the mic off. I'm talking about Bitcoin breaking the trend line. It's broke. The 1 hour and 4 hour still green. We have an hour and a half for the 4 hour candle to start. So the 15 minutes, of course, red. It's pushed down through. It's broke the previous low. So technically, right now it's forming a lower low. It can't take that back. It's already broke the low, forming a low. If you wanted to jump in, it's a little riskier trade because the 1 hour and 4 hour are green. So you're trading solely based on the 15-minute movement, that the 15-minute time frame is bearish and that you have a trend line break. What are some areas to be cautious of? Well, it's the bottom of our zone. This is a 4 hour zone. So you have to know that it may not go past and may not break the 4 hour low or the 4 hour zone low, bottom, right? Because look what it did over here. It non-farm pushed up to it. It stopped, stayed under it, tested it, retest, broke through. Okay. So on the retest, so it hit it, came back, tested it, retested it. This came down, hit it, came up, came back down and retested it, held up. But we're not breaking highs. Right now, we're getting a test of the low. It's coming back to test that level again. 1 hour, 4 hour long, I'd be thinking still bullish. So it's pulling back to test that trend line it just broke. That's typical move. Right now it's doing what we like to see. But again, only the 15-minute is red. So if you're getting in, if the 1 hour and 4 hour are both red and the 15-minute goes red, solid trade, right? You expect those to follow through. You're going in with 10. Well, let's say the 4 hour was green and only the 1 hour and 15-minute red. You go in with less contracts because they're not in line with the 4 hour. But now that both of these are green down here and only the 15-minute red, what does that mean? Extra risk. I'm trading against the 1 hour, 4 hour. Less contracts. Just adjust them accordingly, guys. And you should have those wrote down start of morning. Check your 4 hour time frames, write down what your trade plan is. If everything's lined up green, if the 1 hour and 4 hour green, start getting green triangles, I'm going in with 10 long. If I'm only getting the 1 hour and 15 to sync up, you're going in with 6. If you're trying to trade just on the red, just on a retracement, red against the others being green, well, it should be less contracts, like 2. It's just a riskier trade. Can the riskier trades pan out? Can the 15-minute be red and then eventually the 1 hour turn red and the 4 hour turn red? Sure. But you don't know that's going to happen, so don't risk it. Don't go in with 10. You have no idea if these are going to turn red long term. I'm not going to expect that, so I'm not going all in with the 10. If both the others, it's going to be like 2 to 4. There's more risk. I'm trading against the higher time frame. So more risk, less contracts. You're going to hear me say that a lot. If you guys keep coming in here to the live, sorry. And it may sound like I'm just pounding that into the ground, and I probably am. But I cannot stress that enough. I can't. And I think you guys know that because you're seeing why. Why didn't we take 10 there short? Well, we had multiple reasons not to take the trade. Did we not? The 1 hour and 4 hour are green. Yes, it broke a trend line. And this is what I mentioned yesterday, guys. This is where I get excited, because it's really not when I take profits. It's this stuff right here. Because typically a trend line trader is going to that's a solid break of a trend line, and it's a red candle. A lot of people will get in on that. If they normally take 10 and they wait for a pullback, they would put on 5. Let's say they do half their risk. Stop should be way up here. Well, what's it doing? You're in the negative. If you would have taken that with 10 contracts, you're in the negative on all 10 and you're about to be stopped out. Okay? Well, that's a trend line trader trading on a 3-minute time frame, and that was me. I used to be that way, and that would be a loss. Or it's about to be if it keeps going up. Right now, we're in a negative. You're in drawdown on this trade. But that's why I've incorporated the 1 hour and 15 minute down here. We did not take it short because it was super risky. We had reasons to stay out of a trade. The reasons were the 1 hour and 15 minute on the signals are green. That's reason not to take the trade. Another reason not to take trade was it short because it just pulled to the bottom of the zone, 4 hour zone. Well, we see how it was respected here. Should we expect it to break that? No, that's even more confirmation not to take the trade. We had multiple reasons not to take that short, so I hope nobody shorted it. It's broke out of the triangle, also broke the trend line, which is great. But these two down here are green. That should keep you out. And also that 4 hour zone should give you extra confirmation. Just no, stay out. That's how it's supposed to work. And I don't know. So I know a lot of you guys waited to for non-farm to clear out, I think, before you traded. ES broke back through its zone. So. Guess I should have that up from not where we got non-farm in there. The 7 a.m. candles on back. That's what I was trying to look for. It's where it all turned green. So it looks nice, you know, getting it at 7 a.m. on ES, except for non-farm would have taken everybody out. The guys, Platinum has done absolutely nothing. So again, it popped through that triangle pattern. It popped through, but it just was not willing to go past that, did not get to the 4-hour target. That right there, you know, that high right there had to be your caution. You know, again, if you could not pull profit there, that was not enough distance to pull profit, then you're going to have to shorten your close partial. You're going to have to shorten your contract size. And then depending, so let's say you usually do 10 and you want to put 10 on, go to 4-hour support resistance, your target. You look back and say, well, there's a high. It might have a problem getting past that. Okay, I'm not going to put on 10. I don't care what you do. Just shorten it. You have to come up with your own plan. Is that number 6? It shouldn't be 8. You shouldn't put 8 on that. It should be 6, 5, cut it in half for 5 or 4. And that's if you say, no, you're not going to close partial. There's not enough room. And if you say to yourself, okay, I would normally put on 10. There's a high there. If that's not enough for me to close partial, I'm not going to do 10. I'll do 6. Well, then where are you putting your stop? If you put your stop at the current low, you'd say, okay, I'm comfortable with losing that amount of money. 6 contracts, stop here. What is that for you? If you're comfortable losing that, then put it on. If you're not comfortable, if that's twice you're willing to lose, twice the amount of money you're willing to lose, then you would cut your contracts in half and go 3 instead of 6. If you put your stop down here to go a little bit distance, you may only have 2 contracts on that trade. By the time you get adjusting everything, and you can have those numbers ahead of time, you don't have to wait. As you see this candle forming, you know, because this was a 3-minute candle, the long green one. So as that candle is forming and pushing up before it closes, you got some time. Right now we got 1 minute left for, you know, the candle close. So while that one was forming, say it's up here and you got 1 minute left, you're making a decision. You're going, hey, it broke out of the triangle. It's pushing up. I'm thinking about getting in. You got 1 minute left. Where's your stop? Oh, I kind of want to do there. Let's go back here. Okay, how many contracts? I'm going to put on 10, shooting for the 4-hour zone. Oh, wait, that stop's too big. That's twice the amount I'm going to lose. Okay, I just cut it in 5, and we're still waiting. Now you're 30 seconds in. Why, that candle's got 30 seconds left. You just decided that you were only going to go in 5 because of where your stop had to be. Because with 10, that's 2 times your risk. So you say, okay, I'm shortening it 5 with that stop. I'm comfortable with that. Target's 4-hour. Look back to the left. Well, shoot, there's a high right there. You know, here. Okay, it might not get past that. Measure it. Is that enough? Take your measuring tool over here. Is there enough room to close partial? How many ticks is that? Okay, use your measuring tool. Is that enough room to close partial on the 5? You're going to put on 5, close 4 or 3. Is there enough room? No, it's not. Well, if you're not planning on closing partial there, because that's not going to get you to your target, then you're going to shorten your contract size, sorry. And it might be 3 or 2. And you're glad. Would you not be glad on this platinum? And I'm using 10, and on platinum, you're not going to be trading that high, or shouldn't, because you can only do 1. But this is on everything. Yet this is how you should think on every single thing we trade. If you put 10 contracts on something, would you not be glad only putting 2 or 3 on that? I would be completely happy with that. Putting 3 on instead of 10 on this setup, how it's played out. We don't know how it's going to play out, but this is why you will never, ever, ever, you'll see trades where I have put 20 on. You'll see trades where I put 10 on. You'll see trades where I put 5 on. These are micros. You'll see trades where I put 60 on. You'll see trades where I put 100 on, where I've switched over to standards. Okay, those are the best setups. We don't know how far they're going to go. So the more cautious I have to be based on what I see, I back down the contract size. So you typically you'll see 10 here, 20 here, 5 here. But now you guys know why. Now you guys know when I post a trade or show you a trade and I only have 5 contracts on, 5 micros, you know exactly why. That's everything that goes through my head while I'm taking trades. It has to be. I would be totally comfortable taking that trade with 3 micros or 2. Would you not be comfortable when it comes down and pulls down against you? Could you not sit through that patiently? Yeah, you should be, because you should be comfortable taking a trade there instead of 10 contracts, because normally you do 10, but let's say you did the 2 or 3 with your stop down here. This is the price where you deemed that if I put my stop there, it's an acceptable dollar loss. If I put 2 contracts on, I'm willing to accept that loss. Then you should be totally at ease, comfortable, relaxed, right? Your stomach should not churn. You should not have a headache. This was not me trading years ago when I started. And I know I've mentioned that before. I had a bottle of Tums and aspirin, Tylenol, on my desk. I don't think it's in that picture because I zoomed in once looking. I can't remember if we found it in there or not. But yes, bottle of Tums and Tylenol. Tylenol trading at its best. Just headaches. You're nauseous. And again, you're doing things you shouldn't. It's a riskier trade, so you back it down. Now I got to go look at the image. No, I cleaned off. I thought I did. I because normally I got papers on there and stuff. I just zoomed in. I do not have I thought I cleaned everything off the chart, but we looked at that before. No, and that's my Trump chair. That's my Donald Trump chair. Y'all don't know. That right there, that chair was awesome. That is the most comfortable chair I owned. And it is a Donald Trump chair. It sat like a couch. Remember, I had to find something for my back. It was like $600, so it wasn't that bad. Of course, back then it was a lot for me. But Donald Trump had something set up with Staples. That's where I bought it, and it was like a Trump line of chairs, office furniture. I think they had more than just chair. I just bought the chair. It was the most comfortable chair I ever sat in. It sat like a couch. It was soft, velvety. The arms still had vinyl on them. Not leather. I don't think. Well, no, those were leather. I think it was leather. Leather, vinyl. I don't know. Easy to clean. Eventually, over the year, I just got rid of it like 2 years ago. No, I need a better chair because the one I got now, my mother and father-in-law bought me. I bought a gaming chair years ago and put it together. My wife liked it. It's red and it looks like you're sitting in a sports car. And I got it off Bid FTA, if you guys know what that is. I shop bargains, guys. Any way I can stretch my money, whatever you want to call it, save money, whatever, I stretch my money. I can tell you this, I don't care how much money you make, you need to stretch your money. I don't teach that, but I do it. I used to be huge on couponing when we were in Florida. I tracked I'm a big spreadsheet numbers guy, and I tracked when I started doing that in February of 2010. I ran a spreadsheet and I bought over $1,800 worth of stuff for $462.56. And I'll never forget that number. But that was $1,800 worth of stuff. And it was all stuff we ate and all stuff we used. I was getting free toothbrushes, toothpaste, all that stuff. Do you know what for me that was? Well, back then it was 2010. So I was only 6 years into trading. I was making decent money. I was stretching money. I learned that from my stepmom. She was a big saver. She was such a big saver and couponed everywhere that when we needed a family car, our car was down. We needed a new family car. They went looking at cars. I didn't go, but my stepmom, my dad, they found a car, and my stepmom says to my dad's like, how are we gonna, this is more than we can afford. She's like, oh no, we have the money. He's like, huh? She goes, I got the money saved up to buy a brand new car, to pay cash. And she did. Guess where it was years of couponing. They bought a car cash. Guys, that's huge. So that's where I learned it. That's where I got that. Anyways, for me, that's stretching my money. So I could have went out that month in February and bought $1,800 worth of groceries and everything we need, right? Spent $1,800. Instead, I spent almost $460. That's it. So I had like $1,300 and something left. For what? For whatever. A vacation, stuff for the house, stuff for the wife. So yes, I stretched my money. Tyler and I took his car to, and the only reason I say this is because as you guys make more money, don't you want to save more of it? Stretch it. Make it buy more. And I'm not going to teach you how to coupon. I don't even do that anymore. Beth does. But I do this. Tyler and I took his car to the foreign exchange auto place to get checked out a couple nights ago. You guys know that. And I said, do you want to go somewhere and eat? And he goes, well, I want to get home, because he was wanting to trade. He's like, well, I want to go home. I'm like, well, I'm hungry. We got to get something. It was like 6 o'clock. Okay, let's just go through fast food. I'm like, I hate fast food. I want to sit down there. So I know the places he likes. I said, how about we go to Frickers, get some wings? Oh, yeah. We go to Frickers. Go into Frickers, sit down. They've got their little flyer out, and they do it every year around Christmas. And it is, you buy a $25 gift card, and you get a $5 gift card. You have to wait till after January to use the $5 card. So you buy $25, you get $5. Is that not stretching your money? I love when I go to a place to eat that I frequent. I know I'm going to eat there several times next year. When I was in construction, I'd take the guys. I would hand out the free $5 ones. So if you work for me, I get 4 of those. You get $20 worth or $100 worth. or I'd give you, a couple of the $100 cards I buy. So basically, you got $5 for every 25 you spent, which is what? $20 for every 100. To me, I look at that as making money. I spend $100, I get 20. I just made 20 bucks because I'm going to go back to Frickers. I'm going to eat there again. And I just turned my $100 into 120. It's like magic. Wow, I just walked into a place where I can print some extra money for me for the year. That's exactly the way I look at it. So when I go in there, she's like, well, how many do you want? Because I was like, well, I said, I've done this before. It was last year. And I said, I do it every year and I always forget. I said, but I can buy gift cards right now and then use them today, right? So I want to buy them before, I got to look. My wife texted me. What is that? Oh, what did Tyler do? She sent me like 10 texts. Sorry. She knows I'm down here trading, but she'll send me to that. But she knows I got a I can I'll look. She knows I'll look eventually. Okay. So anyways, back to Frickers. So we love eating there. We'll go there multiple times a year. And sometimes, like this year, I still meet up with the guys that used to work for me. We've become friends over the years. Like I said, my main guy was with me for like 6 years. So we'll still meet up. He loves Frickers. And so again, it's about stretching your money. However you want to look at it. Stretching your money is like making money. To me, I walk into Frickers, I can buy a $25 gift card and they give me $5. That's great. Because if I spend $100, that's $20. So she's like, well, how many do you want? I said, I'd like to buy $1,000 worth. And she just kind of looked at me like, I'm like, yeah. She goes, really? And I'm like, yeah. I said, because if I buy $1,000 worth, you're going to give me $200 worth of $5 cards, right? She goes, yeah. I'm like, okay. So I just made $200 for coming in and eating here. I'm like, I'm going to do it. Yes, I had to have the $1,000 to put up front. But the only way I'm going to make money is if I spend money. And I know I'm going to eat at Frickers a bunch next year. So that's what I did. So just for going in there, him and I do that every year because I get extra gift cards. Now, sometimes I don't keep them all for myself either, the freebies or even the others. But I just stretch my money. I don't know, guys. That's just the way I am. I have a problem buying new cars unless there's tax advantages for me. So this year is not the year. 2018 was the last time I bought a brand new vehicle, and it was my Ram truck, Ram Rebel. Love the thing. So that was the last time I bought a new one because I needed a tax advantage, because that year I bought 28 homes to flip. Sold off a bunch to other investors, packages of 2. I only kept 8. I only personally rehabbed 8. I sold the bulk of the rest off to 2 other investors that own rentals. One of them was my realtor that owns hundreds of rentals. And I needed something huge to write off at the end of the year. So you check with your tax accountant at the end of the year. She says, here's where you're at. Okay, I'm thinking about buying this truck. Where will I be if I do it? because you do have to put up the money up front. And she's like, well, here's where you'll be once we do the taxes if you buy this vehicle. And so I bought the truck without going into more details. So we've made other big purchases throughout the years. I was hoping that this year I would need a huge tax advantage or something, write-offs. I already have write-offs, but for my businesses. So I'm kind of bummed because I actually picked the car out, but I don't like, for me, I got to have savings in there. That's just the way I've become. Part of that from my stepmom couponing and all that. Can I go out and buy one? Yes. But my penny pinching ways get the best of me. Sometimes it's a bad thing, but I don't think overall it is. And guys, that's just how I am. That's how we live. Platinum did pop below that broke out of where it was. So again, looking at platinum, if you took that long, you're still riding it. You're still in the negative. But you should not be panicking, freaking out because keeps going down because you were willing to accept the risk up front with where the loss was. That was your trade. Now, would I consider that a valid trade long still? I wouldn't have considered it a valid trade long in the first place. Because look at where the 1 hour and 4 hour is. Right? It was a 15-minute. Was the only one that flipped green. So cautious. Remember, we said we had reasons not to take that trade, multiple. And gold, is anyone in gold? I know someone asked about gold earlier. I just wonder if anybody's still in gold. Tyler would like me to buy a sports car. I keep telling him he doesn't understand how bad my back is. And he would love to. I'm like, yeah, because you want to sport around in it. Or you'd eventually like to say, Dad, can I borrow that? And I said, no, I can't. I said, I cannot. I said, my back cannot handle a car like that. I said, I sink in his car. We got him an Audi. And I sink in that thing. I have to, it sits so low to the ground. I've got the truck and an SUV. And, for the truck, some of you may think, how do you get in the truck? I got that Dodge Ram Rebel. And it sits up off the ground. It's set up as an off-road vehicle. I love the thing. Do you know how I get in that thing? It lowers itself to the ground. It has an entry-exit mode. It's the best thing I could have bought for my back. And it also has an off-road mode. My wife hates that. Sometimes I'll leave it in that. So when I come home, I can turn sideways and slide out. My back's fine. And she hates that. Because when we go out, it's not lowered where she can just hop in. I have to hit the keys and it will literally lower the truck. It starts low in the front, back. It kind of tilts back until it gets down. It goes into a entry exit mode that is like a small SUV, that height. Very easy to get in. I love the thing. And then when you start driving it, If you can actually crank it, hit the key, and it will start rising back up. But if you just start driving, it just starts going up on its own. And then it's got a highway mode, so it's got the off-road mode. But once you hit 60 miles an hour, it will lower to the highway mode. It just does. Or normal, not highway. And then it even has a highway. So it's got entry, exit, highway, higher than that's normal, and then off-road. So the off-road, it only stays in off-road up until you hit 25 miles an hour. When you hit 25 miles an hour, it does lower to a normal mode. And then if you have it turned on, when you get on the highway and hit 60, it lowers to highway mode. I just turned that off, so mine's always normal typically. But I was glad I found that. Love the thing. I also got an SUV I can get in. His car, I've got to turn sideways, grab the top of the car, grab the door, and just kind of drop myself in. It is absolutely horrible. And I hate it. But sometimes he wants to drive me if I got to go somewhere, and he's going with me and he wants to drive. And I've told him, well, yeah, you can drive my car, but see, it's not cool. It's an SUV or the truck. He learned on the truck to drive. That and my wife's car, and she's got an SUV. So he drove my truck a couple times. He didn't like me making him back into parking spots. We took it up to a church. They had angled parking spots and straight parking spots. And I literally, it had a backup camera, made him back that thing up and park it. We would get out and go look at the lines, see if he was closer to one or the other and how far are you back. And at that point, he liked parking her SUV better than my truck. So he stuck with hers to learn on. Yeah, Platinum just hit the bottom. I did short Platinum. I had a pending order between that low that I actually forgot about. I did have a pending order below this low here on Platinum in case it fell through the floor and took off. And of course it didn't. So I forgot all about that. I just closed that pending order off. I know I'm getting in very late. As far as late in the day. Anyways, so like I said, he's wanting me to get a sportier car, and I'm just like, I can't. Because I ride with him, and I only ride with him in his car if I know we have one place to go. We're going to go there, get out. I'm going to get back in and come home. Because if not, I know I'm going to be hurting the next day. So him and I went. We did look at some nice SUVs. He was kind of excited. Before we bought his car, we went over to one of the dealers. He wanted a BMW. He was looking at a bunch of used ones that all the check engine lights were on. I was like, I'm not buying you a used car with check engine lights on it, not knowing what the problem is. And the ones we saw were just junky and falling apart. And I'm like, so I took him to the dealer. And the dealer over there, there's an Audi dealer, and there's also with the Audi dealer, they have Porsche. And then next door was a used car lot that had a BMW we were going to look at. So we looked at the BMW, and then we went over and looked at a couple used Audis. So while we were there, I drove the SUV, the Audi, and then we drove the Porsche. And I really liked the Audi. But in Florida, when we were in Naples in 2009, I actually drove. So I drove an Audi down there. I loved it. And I wasn't buying it. I didn't even have the cash to buy it, but I had enough money to make the payments. So I was just, going to get a loan and buy it. Well, my wife actually needed I was going to buy that for me or for us, but she has her own vehicle. And she's like, you're going to buy yourself a new vehicle and I'm still driving this. So I'm like, okay. So I went out and bought 2 Hondas, a Honda Pilot for me and a CRV for her. It was this, both of them were the same price as the Audi. So, but what are you going to do? You got to keep the wife happy, right? So my pending order would have been triggered if I would have left it on, but I got in up here. I know I'm off on a long tangent on cars, but so anyways, him and I drove them, and I really like the Audi. So that's the car I'd like to get. This was last year, but last year I didn't need it to buy it. This year I don't either. So I just told Beth, I'm like, next year I'm going to. I'm not going to keep waiting. If it's not the best tax advantage for me, I'm just going to have to be fine with it. But he was itching to drive them, those, and I'm like, no. So we did get him a Audi sedan from that dealer, though. That's why we were there. We weren't there for me to drive cars. So there's my trade on Platinum. So you can see it's on. That's my late trade of the day. I decided to take a entry on it since it did break short. After all, 1 hour and 4 hours red, 15-minute printed a couple red candles before I got in. I got in on this one. So there were several red candles printing. And remember, we look for at the top, we're looking for more and more and more and more red candles printing each time, right? The more we see print, the longer we're going to hold, the longer we're going to trust the signals. So I had a pending order down here above these wicks. And as it started dropping, because remember, I'm looking at 6 charts that are small. So as Platinum started dropping, I see that I got a buy stop down there, or sell stop. And I took it off. I could have left it on, and I would have 2 on right now, but I took it off because I'm like, no, it's too late in the day for all that. So I'm up, $100. I only have 1 on, so it's up $100. Not a killer trade. But you have to look at what time I took the trade. It was 11:54. We said noon, but that's a late trade for me. Didn't get any follow through on gold. Guys, that's it. Again, it broke through the top of the channel. 1 hour, 4 hour green, 15 minutes green. You're thinking, man, I'm going to take it. The time to take it would have been on one of these other candles. Let me do the crosshairs. So you got a green triangle on the bottom. So that candle right there. You have a green triangle on the bottom right here. That candle. So long. If you would have taken this one long, you'd have just sat through a pullback. So it's still a valid entry. Everything's green. You're getting in. It just pulled back deeper. If you had your stop at the current low right there, you would have got stopped out. So again, current lows, you would have got stopped out. Previous low, not stopped out. You would have had a chance to have redeemed yourself, basically. It went back up, you'd have been in profit for a while. So you're getting in. There's multiple times to get in. We just haven't had follow through. I wouldn't get in here, right? So this particular entry right here, where you have a triangle on the bottom, what would stop you from taking that? This high back here. We don't get in before a candle closes. So when it pulled up, because at some point in time, it was up above that line, that high, and you're getting excited going, wow, that we got triangles on the bottom, everything else is green. We're waiting on this candle to close. Need it to close above that high. It does not. closes below. This even wicked up above, did not close. So you're kind of getting excited, but you have a little caution there. Why? We have a high to break. We need to see the candle close above that, and you never get it. So that signal triangle, you're not taking that trade. You have to see it close above the high. That's your caution to stay out. And then over here, the same. It's below the previous high. Don't take that signal. And we look at the candles or the triangles. It's getting less triangles, less triangles, less triangles, less triangles on the bottom, more on the top. That means a deeper retracement. You should be able to see what direction it's starting to move just based off that. Just based that we're getting more red on top, less green on bottom. It's starting. That's why I split those two up. That's why I made the decision to not have it all on like the bottom or something. Just so that you can visually see, okay, we're printing less and less green targets or green triangles on the bottom. So it's pulling back, it's pulling down. More caution to take an entry. And you want it to dip back before you take an entry anyway. But that's kept us either out of trades or a reason not to take a trade, or close partial, depending on where you got in. If you got in over here at this low, that was the best entry. But if you, in order to take partial, because if you got in here, you probably didn't close partial, right? So when it gets back to break even, are you closing the whole trade and just being done? Or when it gets up and hits that, you closing? You should have closed partial back when it was up there. Getting in here on this one, well, that's the best entry because you would have taken that too. Whoever took that, you're looking, going, okay, previous high. I'm closing. I have enough room to make some money. I'm going to close partial. Or you might have stayed out because of 4 hour. So it just depends. I need to check where I'm at. Why did my chart just wig out on me? That was weird. They just all of a sudden went blank. My trades disappeared. The chart's blacked out, and then they come back up. My trades are still on, so I don't know. I've never seen that happen. Don't want no software issues. I'll be back. I got to run up and talk to Beth real quick. I don't know what she texted me. Something I got to do online for her. I will be back, but it's noon. Actually, I'm going to take lunch. So I'll leave these up for the rest of the day. I don't know what happened yesterday, guys. I left them up here, the stream, when I left. And I don't close down the software that's streaming. So I know you guys, I checked because when I landed where I went for lunch at the coffee shop, it was still streaming then, I think. But then when I got to the next place I was going, it was not. So I don't know what happened because they haven't shut down before like that. I had the one going for like 13 hours. I left it on all day. So we're testing it. So Monday, I was going to put it in the Discord, and I will as a reminder. Monday, this will be back on private. So for the premium members, make sure you got me your email address because I have to enter the email address to start. Monday, we're going to try that again. Monday morning, we'll come in and I'll start the live and have your email addresses on there. So when you go out, you'll be able to, if you're logged into your browser and you hit the Google link, you're already going to be in. You don't have to like log in with your email. So make sure I got your email. It'll be back on private. And then for those that are on here that are not premium members, I plan on doing at least one day for you guys where I just leave this open for everybody, at least one day a week at least. And I hope that helps. So I want to be able to do that for you guys at least one day a week. And I don't know what day it'll be. It's more than likely going to be based on news days. So I'll pick a day. So it's not like going to be every Friday. It is not, we might do Monday next week or Tuesday. We don't have any news Monday or Tuesday. So it might be Monday or Tuesday. I don't know yet. It won't be Monday, but it might, I'll decide that on Monday, what day we want to do. But for everybody that's just in the free Discord or just on YouTube here in general, I will do it at least one day a week for you guys. So we'll try that again. We had a problem doing the private YouTube this Monday. It didn't start out well, and I didn't know I had to enter everybody's email address. I thought I would get like a private link. It's the first time we've done private, so I thought I could just share a link, and it does not work that way. So it was kind of a fiasco. And I apologize for that for the premium members, but that's why I just decided we'll just leave it open for the week for everybody. So the pull down we've had on ES has turned the 1 hour or the 1 hour red, but not on NASDAQ. NASDAQ has not done that, as NASDAQ's been nothing but sideways. So if you look at the difference, NASDAQ is nothing but sideways. It's created that sideways channel. So you can draw a, line across the top, line across the bottom. It's not going to let me do it that way, is it? You can use the channel tool if you want. Instead of drawing two separate lines, take the channel tool. I popped it on that, and I'm down on where ES was. Just go across sideways, and then drop the other point, and there you go. You got your two lines. So, but it's nothing but sideways. Now, if you look back at ES, it's not like that. So that's where they kind of separate. They part ways. Both of them moved up during non-farm, and ES has trended back down. It's pulled back down to where it was before non-farm. Well, not before non-farm, but right after. So it's channeled all the way back down slowly to where it was. And finally, the 1 hour switched. But I didn't trade it short, just because you would have only been trading the 15-minute. All right, so I'll leave this up for the rest of the day. But I am going to take a lunch. I'll be in here probably after lunch, and then later I've got to leave. We have to go pick his car up at the dealership. And pay the bill. He wanted it. It's costing more money for me to repair that car versus what we wanted to get. Oh, yeah. And on all the repairs, he has to pay a percentage. So when we bought this car, for this Audi for him, it's what he wanted. Little sporty red thing, tinted windows. He loves the thing. 4-door. It's nice. Okay, we're going to buy it, but you're going to pay for part of it. So he has a $2,000 loan on it. I didn't think that was too much for him. He got a job, has a job. $100 a month payment. Trying to teach him responsibility. Plus, he's going to buy cars down the road somewhere, get a mortgage. He's going to have things he's paying for. So we're trying to teach him responsibility. But part of the deal was it was used. It's going to cost more money to fix this than a regular car. You're going to pay a percentage of the fix, what it costs. So that's what we agreed on. So yeah, I got to go pay the bill, pick it up, but that'll be later. So I hope you guys all had a good week trading. Looking forward to reading the recaps later today. I'll check them all out. Tomorrow night, I'll have the 4-hour charts posted in their threads, in their instrument threads. Yeah, you too, Max. Have a good weekend. So 4-hour charts will be posted tomorrow in their instrument threads. And then, of course, Sunday night will be trading the Asian session. I'll have signals running Sunday night. So that's going to be our test to make sure we can go private. Will be for the premium. So Sunday night, I plan on having them on, doing a quick test during Asian session. Make sure you guys can get in. Okay, whoever wants to be. You don't have to be there, but I will. Just know I'll have them running. And what I may do is I got to be out for a while Sunday. I kind of like to have them open, start a market. So what I may do is start them here at the house, because I don't know if I'll be back at 6, and just leave them run all day on Sunday. That way you can see start a market. All right, I'm going to go get some lunch. I hope you guys had fun. I did. I'll talk to you guys later.